This page is the striking front cover, announcing the transition from SEGA Saturn magazine to the new weekly Dreamcast magazine. Launching on November 6th, the cover features prominent artwork and headlines for upcoming games and features. Key highlights include Virtua Fighter 3 TB/D for Dreamcast, Sega Rally 2 Key to E, White Illumination, Evolution, World of Sacred Device, Aero Dancing featuring Blue Impulse, and Buggy Heat. There's a major focus on Sakura Wars, promoting titles like Taikoku Graph, Virtual Colas, and Real Mahjong Adventure, Umi-e Summer Waltz, alongside a fan appreciation live party event offering tickets. The issue is listed as 1998, Volume 32, covering 11/613 and priced at 480 yen. It also features a guide to game schools and a biography on creator Oji Hiroi. This cover clearly marks a significant moment in Sega's history, looking forward to the Dreamcast era while still covering the Saturn. This page serves as a powerful advertisement for Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter on the Sega Saturn. The artwork features a large, dynamic close-up of Spider-Man, immediately grabbing attention. The main Japanese text translates to, "Meeting strong rivals makes you stronger again," perfectly capturing the spirit of this crossover fighting game. The ad proudly announces that the game is now on sale. It details the pricing for the Sega Saturn version, which is a fighting game. The standard package, including the required 4 MB expansion RAM cartridge, is priced at 7,800 yen before tax, while the software-only version is available for 5,800 yen before tax. A critical note clarifies that the 4 MB expansion RAM cartridge is absolutely necessary to play this title, a key piece of information for Saturn owners at the time. Capcom is listed as the publisher, with their contact information provided. This title was a highly anticipated release, known for its fast-paced action and large roster of iconic Marvel and Street Fighter characters clashing in intense battles. The next page is an advertisement for Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter on Sega Saturn, prominently featuring Sakura and the text, "Let's go, new strong enemies are waiting," highlighting the exciting crossover battles. This page features a striking image of a horse with a tear streaming from its eye, set against a vibrant background depicting the sun's rays. A wooden fence crosses the foreground. Large Japanese text runs vertically down the left side, reading, quote, which translates to, "Japan has Derby Stallion." This appears to be a promotional page highlighting the significance and emotional depth of the popular horse racing simulation series, Derby Stallion, in Japan, likely related to its release or coverage on the Sega Saturn. This page is a vibrant announcement for the Sega Saturn release of Derby Stallion, a highly acclaimed racehorse training simulation. The image features a close-up of a man in an orange hat and striped shirt, eyes watering with emotion, perfectly capturing the intense feelings associated with horse racing. The large text proclaims that emotion is coming to the Sega Saturn this autumn. The page highlights key features of this version, including the realization of an 18-horse full gate, a first for the series, matching the realism of actual races, and support for the 98 annual racing program. Developed by ParityBit and produced by Hiroyuki Sonobe, this Sega Saturn iteration builds upon the high praise received by previous versions, enhancing realism and fun. Screenshots show the racing action on the screen. The text notes that unlike the PlayStation version, this game features automatic saving during gameplay. It announces the release this autumn for a standard price of 6,800 yen. SEGA Saturn Magazine, Volume 32, highlights the transition towards the Dreamcast while still featuring Saturn content. This issue previews upcoming Dreamcast titles like Virtua Fighter 3 TB and Sega Rally 2, with in-depth coverage of gameplay, new characters, and special features. New IPs, such as Evolution, World of Sacred Device, and D2, along with the romance sim White Illumination, also receive attentions. Other featured games include Aero Dancing, Buggy Heat, and Godzilla Generations. A dedicated section details new Dreamcast information, teasing games like July and Blue Stinger. The magazine also covers the latest Dreamcast news, including a Dreamcast magazine data station. A charming illustration from White Illumination graces the page, and a Sakura Wars event is announced. The issue effectively balances Saturn support with the imminent Dreamcast launch. This page acts as an index for a gaming magazine, highlighting content within. Featured articles include a look at game industry creators, a Sega Game Maker report, and a game school guide. A spotlight shines on composer Kohei Tanaka's. Special reports cover Saturn titles like Sakura Wars, Taigeki Graph, and Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter, and detail upcoming Saturn software spanning various genres. A new releases section lists titles such as 7-Star Fighting God Game Forward. Complete game guides are provided for titles like Pia e Yukoso 2. The extensive game index lists games alphabetically by console, with a strong focus on Sega Saturn and upcoming Dreamcast titles. Dreamcast coverage includes anticipated games like Virtua Fighter 3 TB and Sega Rally 2. The page is visually enhanced with character art from Sakura Wars 2. This page reports on Sega's new distribution strategy accompanying the launch of the Dreamcast. Sega held a partnership meeting to unveil a revamped system moving away from traditional agencies and wholesalers. The goal is to sell directly to certified special stores, aiming for greater efficiency and reaching users more directly. The company states this new system will provide satisfaction and expand the world of games. The plan includes certifying around 5,000 stores nationwide. Additionally, the page highlights major promotional efforts under the banner Digital Xmas. This campaign will include extensive television advertising and nationwide hands-on events starting in late November, designed to allow users to experience the Dreamcast firsthand. These large-scale promotions underscore Sega's commitment to the Dreamcast launch. This page details how incredibly easy it is to get the Dreamcast online. It explains that the Dreamcast connects using the included modem and the Dream Passport software, making network access surprisingly simple. You just plug it in, and it can even automatically find the closest access point. There's no need for complicated ISP contracts if you use Sega's dedicated service. The page highlights services like the official Dreamcast website, offering the latest game news, updates, and even a map to find other local Dreamcast users. It also mentions the upcoming web TV service and the Dreamflyer visual mail software, expanding the ways users can interact online. Regarding payment, the page covers two main systems. For general internet use via Sega's service, it uses a prepaid web money card. For online versus gaming, it utilizes the Dwango service, which is free except for the phone charges. There's also a note about a potential browser upgrade, leveraging Windows CE and possibly based on Internet Explorer 4.0 technology, promising better web browsing capabilities. Finally, the page announces a significant change for this very publication. SEGA Saturn Magazine will cease publication on November 6th and be reborn as the weekly Dreamcast magazine, promising even more power-packed information about the new console. They are also promoting the Dreamcast through radio spots. This page details several events and farewells from the world of Sega. First up, we have the report on Sega's legendary mascot, Sagata Sanshiro, making an appearance at Shinjuku Joyopolis to celebrate its second anniversary on Health and Sports Day. During the Tokyo Game Show period, Sagata appeared at the event, performing martial arts and challenging attendees to contests like the high score ranking and super ranking, and a battle in bikeathlon. He interacted with fans, signed autographs, and even posed for Purikura photos, generating massive excitement. Following this is a poignant section titled, "Thank You and Goodbye," acknowledging what is likely Sagata Sanshiro's final major act. It references his last commercial, depicting him heroically saving Sega by flying into a missile and becoming a star, forever etched in our hearts. The imagery shows him performing his iconic final pose, yelling, "Sega Saturn! Shiro!" Next, Joyopolis is getting a head start on the holiday season, with the JP Wish Your Love May Your Wishes Come True Christmas event, running from November 7th to January 4th. Decorations abound, and a Dreamcast Experience Corner is set up, giving fans a chance to touch the upcoming console before its official release. There's also a special photo booth event, and mention of other events leading up to the new year. Finally, the page briefly highlights some music releases from various artists, including Ulfils, Shikao Shuga, Coil, and Eri Suzuki. This page reviews several Sega Saturn-related books. A survey reveals top-selling titles include strategy guides and art books for popular games like Sakura Wars 2 and Pia. Detailed reviews highlight a massive 460-plus page Sakura Wars 2 strategy guide and a luxurious art book featuring character designs and papercraft models. The official Shining Force 2 guide for Scenario 3 is praised for detailed maps, while the Virtua Striker 2 version 98 guide offers team data, techniques, hidden commands, and developer interviews. Other reviews cover a novel based on the Angelique series and a collection of parody comics from the Genso Suikoden series. Finally, A cheat code book, Dengeki Urawaza King, offers tips and tricks for various games released between March and September 1998. This page kicks off with the shop data top 10 for software sales. It's always interesting to see what's moving units, and this week's chart gives us a good look at the current Saturn landscape. Topping the chart is Welcome to Pia Carrot 2, a popular dating sim/adventure game, showing impressive weekly and cumulative sales figures. It's clearly a hit right out of the gate. Following up at number 2 is the strategy guide for Mobile Suit Gundam, Giren's Greed, which is a solid performer given it's a guide rather than a game itself. Shining Force 2, Scenario 3. Bullzome's Gate holds strong at number 3, proving the enduring popularity of Sega's tactical RPG epic. The top 5 also includes Martian successor Nadesico, The Blank of 3 Years, and Densha de Go X, showing a mix of adventure, simulation, and strategy games dominating. The chart rounds out with Cotton Boomerang, Shining Force 2i Scenario 2, Slayer's Royal 2, Sakura Tsushin Remaking Memories, and the game Mobile Suit Gundam, Giren's Greed itself, highlighting the continued success of established series and diverse genres. It's noted that the data is compiled from various retailers, giving a broad overview of the market. Below the sales chart is the Sega Saturn release schedule, offering a glimpse into upcoming titles for the next few months. This calendar lists various games set to release in October, November, and December, covering a range of genres and publishers for eager fans to anticipate. This Sega Saturn user data top 20 chart ranks games based on player anticipation. Sakura Wars. Taigeki Graph leads, reflecting the series' popularity, following our friends Seishun no Kagayaki and Waltz, indicating interest in visual novels. Featured titles include Sakura Wars, Taigeki Graph, Special Edition with Taigeki Graph, Neon Genesis Evangelion, Ava and the Funky Friends, 100% complete, and Sagata Sanshiro Shinken Yugi, also complete. Screenshots and brief descriptions highlight each game, including character management in Sakura Wars, the story's start in Evangelion, and a puzzle challenge in Sagata Sanshiro. The page also includes a release date calendar, offering a comprehensive overview of upcoming Saturn titles, with pricing, publisher, genre, and peripheral information, accompanied by a guide to genre and compatibility symbols. The next page focuses on the weekly Sega Saturn Readers Race Volume 115, a section where readers vote and rate all Sega Saturn software released to date. As explained in the corner, this is a continuous ranking based on the average scores submitted by readers, covering all 1093 Sega Saturn titles released up to October 23. Readers provide scores and comments, influencing the dynamic ranking. The main content is a 3-column list, displaying the current ranking of these games based on the average reader scores. While the full list of 282 ranked games is extensive, the most prominent information is the headline below the list, announcing an unexpected result. The top spot is taken by Martian successor Nadesico, The Blank of 3 Years. This final ranking shows the culmination of reader votes, with the article noting Nadesico's victory, and mentioning other games like Shining Force 2 is experiencing changes in their positions. A screenshot from Martian successor Nadesico is featured alongside this final announcement, showing the character Eureka Misumaru. This page serves as a comprehensive snapshot of the Sega Saturn library, as rated by its dedicated fanbase at this point in time. This page features an introduction to several new game contenders and a continuation of the weekly reader ranking. The new contenders section highlights 6 recent releases with brief reviews and their average reader and magazine scores. It covers titles like Capcom Generation Volume 2, Makaimura to Kid Dracula, a collection of classic Capcom action games praised for its concept despite dated graphics and high difficulty. There's also Simulation RPG Maker, discussed as a powerful creation tool with limitations in data variety and keyboard usability. Suikoden is reviewed as a rare and well-made orthodox RPG on the platform, noted for its deep story and large character roster, though loading times were a point of feedback. Densha de Go X, a train simulation, is well received, especially with the dedicated controller, despite some graphic roughness and long loading times. Tokyo Shadow, a live-action adventure, is appreciated for its multi-endings and branching story, but found to have abrupt endings and a short main plot. Finally, Reflex Spark is described as a simple yet deep puzzle game requiring quick reflexes, enjoyable in versus mode, but criticized for weak graphics. The right side of the page continues the odds table Saturn B, listing the reader-ranked games starting from position number 283 downwards, including their previous rank, genre, and average reader score. This is an extensive list detailing a large portion of the SEGA Saturn library's performance in the ongoing reader popularity poll. The next page continues the extensive weekly reader ranking of SEGA Saturn games, presenting the odds table Saturn C. This section covers a substantial portion of the Saturn library, listing titles from rank number 405 down to number 767, showcasing their position in the ongoing popularity poll based on reader votes. It provides a glimpse into how a wide variety of games were perceived by the Japanese audience at the time. This page features a spotlight on Sakura Wars 2, Thou Shalt Not Die, written by the columnist Gasuketsu. It highlights the game's high reader score of 9.6425 and a perfect 10.0 score from the main reviewer. The article describes the game's setting in the Taisho-era imperial capital, focusing on the imperial opera troops' dual life as performers and fighters against evil, blending dramatic adventure and simulation gameplay. The reviewer expresses a deep, long-standing connection to the series, praising the sequel for maintaining the original style while refining elements like the battle system and cinematic presentation. Both the reader and developer comments commend the game as a masterpiece, highlighting its memorable characters, high replayability due to branching paths, and balanced difficulty. Screenshots showcase character portraits, a group victory pose, and dynamic joint attacks. The page also includes the continuation of the weekly reader ranking, the odds table Saturn D, listing games from around rank 772 down to 872, covering a variety of genres based on reader votes. A dedicated section tracks the ongoing performance of the cult favorite Death Crimson in the rankings, noting its history and continued presence. Small notes at the bottom mention reader voting, accumulated data, and inquiries about game availability. This page features the regular weekly SEGA Saturn Reader Race section, looking ahead to upcoming releases. Previews include Welcome to Pia Carrot 2, an adventure game with a high expected average score of 9.0, and positive comments on its graphics, opening movie, ending song, and voice acting for male characters. It's noted for its engaging story, appealing characters, and improved presentation compared to previous titles. Mobile Suit Gundam Giran's Ambition, a strategy game, receives praise for its timing and stimulating the Giran fever, with special save data highlighted as very useful. Finally, Cotton Boomerang, a horizontal scrolling shooter, is reviewed positively for its system mechanics and enjoyable gameplay, receiving an average score of 7.0. The page also includes reader comments and the odds table SEGA Saturn peripherals, listing ranked accessories based on reader votes. A note announces the conclusion of the long-running reader race in this publication, with future activity moving to Dreamcast Magazine. Contests for predicting the ranking and odds of specific upcoming games like Sega Shikyo, Shinkenjo, and Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter are detailed. Finally, the page lists the winners of special prizes offered this issue. This page announces a special Christmas event related to the highly popular Sakura Wars series. The main visual features the iconic protagonist, Sakura Shinguji, in a festive setting with falling petals or snow and a large red ribbon. The headlines read, Christmas Present from the Flower Division, and Emergency Event Decided. The event itself is titled, Sega Presents Flower Division Christmas Bell of Miracles. The accompanying text highlights the immense popularity and growth of the Sakura Wars world, mentioning the success of the Summer Song Show 2 and the upcoming release of Taigeki Graph. It describes this event as a wonderful Christmas present for the fans from the Sakura Wars world, decided urgently. The feature promises a present from SATURN SEGA Saturn Magazine at the end. The page encourages celebrating Christmas with the Flower Division. The bottom text clearly states the date and location of the event. December 23rd, holiday. The Holy Mother descends upon Roppongi. This is a premium fan event centered around the beloved characters and universe of Sakura Wars. The Sega Presents Flower Division Christmas Bell of Miracles event is a special live performance featuring the voice cast of Sakura Wars, scheduled for December 23rd. Following the success of a previous stage show, this exclusive event aimed to connect directly with fans. Only 1,000 tickets were available. The event boasts a gorgeous cast and staff, including the original voice actors and key figures like producer Uji Hiroi and music director Kohei Tanaka. Interviews with Hiroi and Tanaka reveal the event's focus on the song Bell of Miracles, with Tanaka highlighting a unique arrangement and a real gospel choir for an authentic experience. Hiroi emphasizes the enthusiasm of guest appearances, and both express gratitude to the fanbase, seeing the event as a step toward growing the community. Following the announcement of the Flower Division Christmas Bell of Miracles live event, this page details preparations and expectations. 4 months after the Wing show, the event revives iconic characters and centers on the Bell of Miracles theme, featuring a new arrangement by Kohei Tanaka. To build anticipation, a double A-side CD single was released, including the updated Bell of Miracles So Special a Day and the new song Happy Day, Happy Xmas, performed by the voice actors. The page showcases the single's cover featuring Sakura Shinguji. Interviews with producer Uji Hiroi and Tanaka highlight the show's focus on atmosphere and fan connection. Hiroi emphasizes it's a complete show, while Tanaka aimed for closeness. They thank fans and anticipate a memorable Christmas experience, now in a larger venue. Photos of the team and cast are included, with voice actor interviews promised on the next page. This page delves further into the upcoming Sakura Wars 2 Christmas live performance, titled Flower Division Christmas Bell of Miracles. The top section sets the scene after the defeat of the Black Demon Society, detailing the challenge facing Ogami Ichiro. He must choose the lead performer for the show's key song, Bell of Miracles, from among the 3 original daughters, a decision burdened with the hopes of the entire Flower Division. Screenshots illustrate Opagami consulting Kaede and the anxious moments surrounding this important choice. The main focus shifts to messages from the voice actors of the Flower Division and key supporting characters, shared in anticipation of the live event and the newly released CD single. Featured are voice actors for characters like Ogami Ichiro, Kaede Fujieda, Bosu, Kana Kirishima, Iris Chateaubriand, and Sakura Shinguji. They share their thoughts on recording the new songs, the atmosphere of the live performance, and their excitement for fans to experience the show. Notably, the voice actors for Sakura and Iris provide more detailed comments, discussing specific lines and the energy they put into their performances. This section offers a glimpse into the passion and anticipation surrounding the upcoming event directly from the performers. This page continues the coverage of the highly anticipated Sakura Wars 2 Christmas live performance, Bell of Miracles. The feature reiterates the central theme, Okagami Ichiro's crucial decision in selecting the lead performer for the title song from the original 3 daughters, highlighting the emotional weight of this choice for the entire Flower Division. The focus then shifts to more messages from the talented voice cast, offering their perspectives on the upcoming show and the new CD single. Featured here are comments from Michi Tomizawa, the voice of Sumier Kanzaki, and Mayumi Tanaka, the voice of Kana Kirishima. They share their experiences recording the powerful chorus and express excitement for the live performance. Mayumi Tanaka specifically touches upon her character Kana's distinctive costume element, the Shoi Hanen, and describes the live event as a special Christmas gift for the fans. Adding to the voices are Urara Takano, the voice of Maria Tachibana, and Yuriko Fuchizaki, the voice of Kuranri. They discuss the collaborative spirit of the performance, feeling like everyone is one unit on stage. Urara Takano expresses anticipation for the new arrangement of Bell of Miracles, while Yuriko Fuchizaki talks about the fun, party-like atmosphere expected at the event. The page includes screenshots showcasing the characters in angelic costumes, dynamic performance moments, and real-life photos of the voice actors Michi Tomizawa and Mayumi Tanaka. This page continues the coverage of the Sakura Wars 2 Flower Division Christmas live event, Bell of Miracles, focusing on how fans can attend. The event features a limited release of only 1,000 platinum tickets, with sales starting on November 18th, Wednesday. The event will be held at Roppongi Velfar on December 23, 1998, Wednesday holiday, with doors opening at 15:15 and the performance starting at 1600. Tickets are 5,000 yen each, with standing room only. A map is provided showing the venue's location near Roppongi Station. Adding to the excitement, SEGA Saturn Magazine is offering a special giveaway for its readers. Out of the 1,000 limited tickets, 100 are being given away exclusively to Satamaga readers. To enter, fans must send a postcard with specific information. The request for a Christmas ticket? their name, address, age, gender, phone number, their favorite character from the Flower Division's 8 members, Iris is given as an example, and a comment about wanting to attend the live performance. The application deadline is October 31st, must be postmarked by this date, and the winners will be announced in the November 13th issue of the magazine. The page features an image of Sakura Shinguji in an angelic white dress, a map to the venue, and a photograph showing people walking towards an entrance, presumably the venue for the event. This page serves as a grand introduction, announcing that the familiar weekly SEGA Saturn magazine is being reborn as Dreamcast Magazine. This is the combined 10th issue for 1998, covering the period of November 6th and 13th, marking a significant shift towards the next generation. It's packed with previews for the exciting new console. Featured prominently are upcoming hits like the arcade-perfect Virtua Fighter 3 TB, the highly anticipated Sega Rally 2, early details on the revolutionary Shenmue World Evolution discussed by Kenji Ino, the survival horror sequel D2, the Silent Curse, the innovative aerodancing featuring Blue Impulse, racing action in Buggy Heat, Kaiju Chaos in Godzilla Generations, the intriguing July, the survival horror Blue Stinger, and the puzzle fun of Puyo Puyon, plus insights into Sega's Naomi arcade hardware. A slick 3D rendered character stares out from the side, hinting at the next generation graphics to come. This issue is clearly setting the stage for the Dreamcast launch, highlighting the key games driving the excitement. This page features the Dreamcast data station, delivering the latest insights as the launch approaches, now just 35 days away. It kicks off with the highly anticipated top 3 titles. Leading the pack is Sonic Adventure, holding steady at number 1 with 441 points and 55% development complete. It's highlighted as the game featured on the cover of the inaugural Dreamcast magazine issue. Right behind at number 2 is Virtua Fighter 3 TB, scoring 385 points and nearing completion at 85%. Praised for perfectly replicating the arcade quality, as we saw some glimpses of the demo on the previous page. Rounding out the top 3 is Sega Rally 2, with 342 points and 60% development, teasing new car models and showing off the game show version. The page also presents the user data top 20 ranking of anticipated titles based on reader input, featuring many exciting games like Resident Evil Code, Veronica, D2, and Blue Stinger, which were touched upon previously. The pickup section singles out Resident Evil Code, Veronica at number 5, a new entry garnering 284 points, promising enhanced horror with fully polygonal backgrounds and free camera control. Also picked up is Shenmue World Evolution, sitting at number 11 with 135 points and 70% development, noted as potentially the first RPG for Dreamcast, with increasing details being revealed. Finally, small spotlights are given to aerodancing, featuring Blue Impulse and Buggy Heat, both mentioned last page, highlighting their respective simulation and racing action as more details are revealed. This page continues the Dreamcast coverage, presenting 2 key rankings. First, the user data top 20 lists games readers most want to see ported to the Dreamcast. Topping the chart is the Sakura Wars series, prompting speculation whether Sakura Wars 3 is already confirmed for the console. The list features a diverse mix of titles from various platforms, including the Final Fantasy series, Grandia, and popular arcade ports like Virtua Striker 2, alongside series like Super Robot Wars, Street Fighter Alpha 3, and Resident Evil 2. Interesting to note are Nights in Daytona USA 2, both featured with screenshots and intriguing realization degree percentages, hinting at potential Dreamcast versions. Below that is the Video Game Shop data top 15, likely reflecting arcade popularity. This list is dominated by current arcade hits that would be perfect fits for a home console port, such as Virtua Fighter 3 TB, Street Fighter Alpha 3, Cyber Troopers Virtual on Oratorio Tangram, The King of Fighters 98, and Soul Calibur. The accompanying text posits whether these popular arcade titles are destined for the Dreamcast, suggesting strong potential for home conversions, which would effectively turn homes into arcade centers. Finally, the featured stock section, spotlights, promising titles. Spike Out makes a strong entry at number 10, highlighted for its innovative cooperative play using communication, a fresh direction for action games. Other games, like Psychic Force 2012 and Sega Bass Fishing, are also showcased, giving a taste of the variety potentially heading to the Dreamcast or remaining popular in arcades. The Dreamcast's launch lineup on November 27, 1998, included the console, essential accessories, and launch titles like Godzilla Generations, Sega Rally 2, and Virtua Fighter 3 TB. The schedule outlines anticipated releases throughout 1999, showcasing strong first-party support with Sonic Adventure and Geist Force from Sega, and promising third-party games like Blue Stinger and Monaco Grand Prix Racing Simulation 2. Later releases included anticipated titles like Biohazard Code, Veronica, Grandia 2, and potential fighting games from the King of Fighters and Power Stone series. The console emphasized diverse control schemes by supporting the visual memory unit, racing wheel, and other peripherals. The document also mentions the Neo Geo Pocket and 2 upcoming portable game machines utilizing the VMU, highlighting early connectivity concepts. The Dreamcast launch demonstrated a push for varied genres and strong developer support. This page is promoting the Sakura Wars Cherry Blossom Radiance OVA fanbook, lower volumes. The page features dynamic artwork of the main cast from the Imperial Assault Troop, including familiar faces like Sakura Shinguji, Erika Fontaine, and Ichiro Ogami, ready for action. The fanbook, scheduled for release in autumn at a price of 1,800 yen and spanning 96 pages, promises to deliver the excitement of the OVA's 4th act. Key contents highlighted include luxurious newly drawn cell art, a 3-fold poster featuring new artwork, with previously advertised art on the back, staff interviews, a story digest heavily illustrated with cell art, and a full reveal of new setting materials. It's positioned as essential reading for fans eager to dive deeper into the world and production of the popular anime adaptation. This page dives into the highly anticipated Dreamcast launch title, Virtua Fighter 3 TB. As the pinnacle of 3D fighting games, the latest entry in the Virtua Fighter series, 3 TB, is featured here just 1 month away from its release alongside the Dreamcast console on November 27th. Priced at 5,800 yen for 12 players, this page presents the 85% complete version of the DC port, showcasing screenshots and detailing the progress. A major focus is on the game's final CPU opponent, Dural. The page highlights the complete reproduction of Dural, including the intriguing possibility of a semi-transparent version being included, which was previously only seen during CPU matches in the arcade version. The impressive graphical updates, like lighting and reflection processing, make the models look stunning, almost indistinguishable from high-end CG. The page also notes attention to detail in the special rings and stage design, which are fully replicated from the arcade. The content emphasizes the advancements in character modeling, eye polygon control, and the transfer of various CG techniques introduced in Model 3 hardware, promising even higher completion and more realistic facial expressions. It also points out the intricate stage features and dynamics like undulation and wall usage that add strategic depth. The article is excited to present the character's movements, particularly Dural's, promising over 85% completion compared to the arcade 3 TB version. This page showcases just how amazing the Dreamcast version of Virtua Fighter 3 TB is, calling it the perfect port. A major highlight is the fully realized opening sequence and camera switching, which perfectly reproduce the dynamic camera work from the arcade original. The game also features multiple camera views, including an intriguing first-person player's eye perspective, selectable during CPU matches. Beyond faithful reproduction, new modes are featured, such as the Team Battle mode, allowing customizable team matches alongside the standard one-on-one fights. For dedicated players, there's a score ranking mode with VMU support and a valuable frame input display mode to help analyze and perfect command execution timing. Visually, the character select screen is complete, boasting highly detailed facial modeling, lighting, and reflection effects that rival high-end CG, including blinking eyes. Win and loss poses for most characters are also nearly finalized, capturing the essence of the arcade visuals with impressive fidelity. While the game was 85% complete at this stage, the core mechanics were solid, with ongoing verification of the unique additions in the TB version, like enhanced escape strategies and new moves, ensuring a truly accurate arcade experience on Dreamcast. This page dives deeper into the upcoming Dreamcast release of Virtua Fighter 3 TB, specifically highlighting all the playable characters and stages available in the 85% complete build. It confirms that unlike the Tokyo Game Show demo, this version allows players to control all the main fighters, reinforcing the promise of a perfect port ready for the November release. The page proudly states that the images are direct captures from the Dreamcast hardware, showcasing the game's impressive visual fidelity. Featured are detailed looks at 2 iconic characters. Akira Yuki, described as a powerhouse martial artist specializing in devastating combos and powerful offense, and Pai-chan, highlighted for her technical skill and ability to turn opponents' force against them with fluid movements. Both sections include screenshots showing their character select portraits and dynamic win poses. The page also provides previews of 3 stages. The Gymnasium, Akira's dojo, noted for its effective use of walls for varied combos. The Roof stage, which features challenging slopes and ring-out opportunities. And the Great Wall stage, a large arena with uneven terrain and strategic wall placements. Each stage description is accompanied by action screenshots and images of the character and stage selection screens, emphasizing the visual quality and variety available in the game. This page continues the in-depth look at the Dreamcast port of Virtua Fighter 3 TB, showcasing more of the diverse roster and dynamic stages promised in the game. Featured characters include Lao Chan, known for his devastating combos after launching opponents and his fast low attacks. Jeffrey McWild, a powerful grappler with varied throws and effective aerial combos from his upper attacks. Wolf Hawkfield, a wrestler specializing in strong throws, escapes, and backtakes with dramatic poses. And Kagimaru, the fastest fighter with a focus on quick punches and tricky movements designed for ring-outs. Each character is highlighted with action shots, their character select portraits, and descriptions of their playstyle. The page also previews 3 distinct stages. The Castle stage, Cage's home, is characterized by uneven ground that affects air combos and strategy. The Subway stage, Sarah's arena, is narrow and prone to ring-outs but suitable for stable air combos and features environmental hazards like a passing train. Finally, the Building stage, Jackie's construction site, is a narrow hexagonal arena with visibility challenges and reactive stage elements like breaking lights. Screenshots display combat within these stages and their unique character entrance sequences. This page continues the deep dive into the faithful Dreamcast port of Virtua Fighter 3 TB. We see more of the diverse roster, starting with Sarah Bryant, whose long reach and mastery of joint attacks make her dance-like combat style effective, with clever combination usage being key to victory. Lion Raphael is featured next, specializing in powerful low and mid attacks, with tricky throws and ring-out strategies being his forte. Jackie Bryant, known for his counterattacks and punch combinations, is highlighted as the fastest fighter with excellent reach, making him a top-tier character alongside Cage. Finally, the Sumo Takarashi is shown with his powerful striking and throwing techniques that draw the opponent's eye, known for impressive air combos and ground throws. The page also showcases more unique stages. The Raft stage for Shundai is wide with subtle undulation from the moving raft, featuring environmental effects like splashing water that affect gameplay. Lion's Library stage is characterized by its distinct steps and red carpet, being long and narrow horizontally, which makes positioning crucial. Lastly, Takarashi's Sumo Ring stage is a relatively narrow circular ring, focused on quick fights and stable air combos, perfect for intense ring-out battles. Screenshots display combat on these stages, character portraits, and their dynamic entrance scenes. The Dreamcast port of Virtua Fighter 3 TB is nearing completion. The article highlights the successful implementation of key arcade features, including dynamic viewpoint switching and automatic obstacle transparency. Improved light source processing enhances character and stage visuals. Gameplay mechanics are faithfully reproduced, with refined escape axis movement and the inclusion of new techniques from the 3TB version. System changes from the original Virtua Fighter 3, such as improved stun recovery, move adjustments, team battle mode, and the slow replay feature are also covered. A reviewer praises the stunning graphics, faithful port, and minor balance adjustments needed before release, suggesting a near-perfect arcade experience. More detailed reports are promised in the next issue. This page focuses on the highly anticipated Dreamcast release of Sega Rally 2 Championship. The main image prominently features a racing car, likely the iconic Lancia Stratos, alongside the game's logo. There are several screenshots showing the exhilarating rally action on various tracks, complete with the in-game HUD displaying time, position, and speed. Another image shows a crowd of attendees at a game show watching the game presentation. The article announces the upcoming November 27th release of Sega Rally 2 on Dreamcast. It highlights the game's appearance as a major title for the console at a recent game show. The text delves into an analysis of the game show version compared to the original arcade game, noting that while it was only presented via video at the show, the Dreamcast version demonstrated a high level of completion. The reviewer observes that the graphics are very close to the arcade, though some minor differences in environmental objects are present. Interestingly, the article explains the decision to show the game as a video exhibition rather than a playable demo, stating it was intended to showcase the full thrill and power of the rally experience. They mentioned that the final Dreamcast version is aiming for even greater realism, encouraging readers to look forward to its release. This reinforces the excitement building around Dreamcast ports, delivering arcade-quality experiences at home, following the buzz from titles like Virtua Fighter 3 TB. This page continues the look at SEGA Rally 2 on Dreamcast, proclaiming that the game is indeed running on the console. It focuses on how well the version shown at the game show reproduces the visuals of the original arcade game. Side-by-side screenshots are presented, comparing the arcade version and the Dreamcast version. The article notes that the Dreamcast port, even in its work-in-progress state shown via video at the event, achieves a high level of graphical fidelity, remarking how well the Dreamcast is replicating the visuals of the powerful Model 3 arcade hardware. A section specifically compares the replay screens, suggesting that the Dreamcast version might even surpass the arcade in this area. It highlights the addition of various visual effects, such as more natural dust effects and varied camera angles, enhancing the realism and impact of the replays. Finally, an update from SEGA details the current development status and future plans. Key courses like Desert, Mountain, and Snowy are stated to be nearly complete. The remaining work involves adding various effects, optimizing processing speed, and fine-tuning the game's balance and controls. The excitement for this highly anticipated arcade port, running on Dreamcast, is palpable. SEGA Rally 2 on Dreamcast boasts a significantly expanded car roster, exceeding 10 vehicles, including WRC classics like the Toyota Celica GT4 and Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution IV. The car selection screen has been redesigned to accommodate the larger selection. A new Indonesian-inspired jungle stage adds a dynamic, muddy course with heavy fog effects, impacting gameplay. The Dreamcast version features a substantial visual upgrade over the arcade original. Improved car models, particularly in the front and rear, showcase enhanced detail and polygon counts. Side-by-side comparisons highlight the refined look, with added features and more natural forms, exemplified by notable improvements on the Toyota Corolla WRC, Lancia Stratos HF, and Ford Escort WRC. The Dreamcast port pushes graphical boundaries beyond the arcade experience. This page continues the reveal of the expanded car roster for the Dreamcast version of SEGA Rally 2, asking what cars will be included beyond the initial 6. It introduces 4 more distinct vehicles: the Subaru Impreza 555 4-door, a version similar to the current WRC car; the classic Fiat 131 Abarth Rally, a powerful father car from 1978; the agile front-wheel drive Renault Maxi Megane from the F2 class; and the legendary Peugeot 205 Turbo 16, a dominant Group B machine. Each car is shown with images, and includes a brief description touching on its rally history or characteristics, along with technical specifications. The page also highlights support for a new Dreamcast steering controller, and details the online multiplayer functionality, confirming it will utilize the Duango network service, with screenshots showing the online interface. A column by Masaki Simo discusses SEGA Rally 2, reflecting on the diverse and growing car list, and suggesting there might be challenges in balancing so many unique driving characteristics. The page concludes by stating development is progressing rapidly, and to anticipate future updates. This page features the Dreamcast RPG Evolution, Divine Machine World Evolution, developed by Sting. The game's release date is confirmed, and development is progressing well. This week's update focuses on the main setting, the Ancient Ruins dungeons. The protagonist, Mag, inspired by his famous adventurer parents, explores these mysterious ruins using the versatile Psy-Frame machine. Screenshots reveal the dungeon exploration scenes, showing Mag and his party navigating complex interiors. The game utilizes real-time polygons, allowing the viewpoint to be changed freely while moving, ensuring the player characters aren't lost in detailed environments. The party members automatically follow the leader. The encounter system is also shown, indicating that battles begin when the player character makes contact with visible enemies wandering the dungeon. Development is actively underway. This page delves deeper into Evolution, World of Sacred Device, focusing on its presentation and core gameplay systems, particularly the Ancient Ruins dungeons previously mentioned. The game uses full real-time polygons for both characters and backgrounds, allowing for expressive character animations and dynamic camera work during event scenes, making the characters feel more alive and engaging. The focus shifts to the dungeon exploration itself, a key element of the game's appeal. Screenshots show the party navigating detailed environments. The game utilizes an automaking dungeon system, where the structure of the ruins changes every time you enter, offering a fresh experience on each run. Combat is shown occurring upon contact with visible enemies wandering the dungeon floors. A helpful feature highlighted is the floor map displayed on the bottom right, which also acts as a radar for enemy locations. Trivia sections provide background on the setting. The ruins are remnants of an advanced civilization, researched by the Republic Academy, which employs adventurers, known as SciFrame users, to explore them due to dangerous monsters. The Launcher family house, where the story begins, is also depicted. The development team clearly put effort into bringing the characters and world to life through presentation and designing replayable dungeon content. This text details gameplay features of Evolution, World of Sacred Device, expanding on dungeon exploration. Players begin in Panem Tam Town, a hub for item purchases, equipment modifications, and quest acceptance. Exploration is encouraged through detailed environments, allowing interaction with objects that reveal information or trigger events. Dungeons are perilous, featuring traps of varying visibility, including damaging zones and the challenge of navigating them effectively with SciFrame abilities. Dungeon layouts dynamically change. Dungeon exploration incorporates dynamic events, such as unstable platforms, adding excitement and requiring player interaction. These events create distinct environments and imply unique challenges within the dungeons. This page features a special comic strip titled Evolution Special Comic, focusing on the game Evolution, World of Sacred Device. The comic follows protagonists Chain and Laginia as they explore a dungeon environment. The panels depict the characters navigating the area, encountering bouncy mushrooms used for traversing obstacles. They face challenges like a giant monster and a flying fish, along with unstable ground. A fiery character also appears, blocking their path. The comic provides a lighthearted look at the game's dungeon exploration and the dynamic events players might encounter. Accompanying text suggests the comic was drawn by the developer staff based on the game's event explanations to convey the atmosphere. Noting that Lavinia is much quieter in the actual game than she appears to be here. Below the comic are character profiles for Lacania Cannon and Chaingun. Lacania is described as a quiet, extremely taciturn girl of unknown origin who came to Panem Tam Town with her father's letter and is staying at Mag's house. Chain is introduced as Mag's self-proclaimed rival, who uses a sword-type SciFrame, is prone to messy speech, but also has a cute side, particularly regarding her height. This page focuses on the game D2, the sequel to the survival horror title D. It features an interview with the game's director, Kenji Iino, discussing the latest developments and footage of the game, which is being developed for the Dreamcast console as an action RPG. The article highlights the game's emphasis on realistic, real-time visuals. Iino comments on the shocking scenes shown at a recent game show, including depictions of gruesome body horror like spikes breaking through skin and tentacles emerging from a throat, demonstrating their commitment to high-quality, unsettling visuals. He also touches upon the intricate detail put into character models, citing the realistic depiction of the stewardess character, where even fine details of her clothing, like visible pantyhose and underwear through tears in her skirt, were intentionally included. Ixlino explains that this level of detail, while sometimes revealing technical limitations like polygon edges, allows for unique and interesting directorial choices and immersion. The page includes a screenshot of the game's protagonist, Laura Parton, and a photo of Kenji Iino himself, set against a backdrop resembling a snowy Japanese garden, which ties into the game's setting. Game details like its planned 1999 release and action RPG genre are also listed. The next page delves deeper into the enemy design for D2, specifically focusing on the first boss encounter. The accompanying images display a grotesque, transforming creature, identified as a former stewardess, within the confines of a wrecked airplane, contrasting with protagonist Laura Parton. The text reveals that director Kenji Iino aimed to make this enemy more than just a typical monster. By retaining elements of her human appearance, such as clothing details, and even having her speak and react, the intent was to convey that she was a stewardess who became a monster. This conscious decision, including revealing details like her underwear, served to underscore her transformation rather than presenting a creature that suddenly appeared. Ixlino explains that witnessing this gradual, horrifying change evokes a strong emotional response from the player, making the battle feel like confronting a tragic figure rather than simply another enemy. He highlights that this approach, showing the process of transformation and loss of humanity, was crucial for creating a powerful impact, especially compared to a boss that just appears in its final form. The next page continues the deep dive into D2 with director Kenji Ino, focusing on creating a palpable, live feeling within the game world. Ino emphasizes raising the quality of every single element, from the transitions between movement and combat to the overall direction, snowmobile mechanics, character acting, and dialogue. He highlights the detailed effort put into grounding characters and situations, ensuring everything has solid backing. Despite protagonist Laura Parton being largely silent in D2, Ino explains significant effort went into the character's acting direction. While there's a sense of overaction, it stems from clear, impactful reactions, making all characters feel truly alive. He gives an example of subtle details, like a character in a cabin possibly smoking or writing, adding to the sense of a living world. The discussion moves to the snowmobile, touted for enhancing field movement. Ino praises its unique and enjoyable controls. Acquired around 1/5 into the game, it becomes essential for traversing the expansive landscape. He notes that while the large, real-time 3D world requires travel, a system is in place to ease the journey. Driving mistakes are possible, leading to crashes and the loss of precious gasoline, a resource that must be managed and replenished. The screenshots showcase the impressive effects in the snow-covered fields, such as dynamic snow and fog, and confirm planned combat sequences while riding the snowmobile. The overall impression is a game aiming for a highly immersive and detailed player experience. This page continues the discussion on D2, featuring screenshots of interior cabin scenes, the new character Parker, and a mysterious mining area. The interview clarifies details about traversing the vast environment. Running out of gas for the essential snowmobile is a real possibility, especially in challenging terrain or during night drives, potentially leaving you stranded. The map system provides an overview, but locating your precise position requires acquiring a separate GPS item, encouraging players to manage both effectively for navigation. A key focus highlighted is making D2 a game for everyone. Contrary to expectations given previous titles, the difficulty is being kept low to ensure accessibility for a broad audience, including players less familiar with games. The choice of a first-person perspective for combat is discussed, partly because it is considered easier to make accessible than a complex 3D third-person view. New elements revealed include Parker, a survivor encountered in a mountain cabin, adding another character to the unfolding drama. The game also features dungeon-like areas, such as an oppressive mining location, contrasting with the open outdoor environments. Hints suggest obtaining new weapons like a submachine gun and a potential reunion with Jenny. The overall aim is a simple, enjoyable experience, where players are encouraged to progress through the story to see the ending. This page delves into the philosophy behind creating captivating female characters in games, featuring an interview with Uji Hiroi, the general producer and creator of Kita-hi North to Hokkaido. Hiroi explains that for Kita-hi, they aim to break away from Hudson's previous image by focusing on creating something new. They collaborated with character designer Nochi to fill the game with compelling characters. The core concept of Kita-hi, quote, according to Hiroi, is rooted in everyday life and communication, not just following a linear story. He views the game as a form of communication sim, where the player's interactions during a journey through Hokkaido lead to various encounters with girls. The key is how these encounters develop through communication. The goal isn't necessarily romantic success, but the process of getting to know someone deeply by overcoming the initial facade and understanding their background through conversation. The game is designed to make players curious about the girl's true self beyond the first impression. A profile for the character Haruno Kotori is presented, describing her as a 16-year-old relative of the protagonist's parent, serving as a guide in the game. She handles household chores and acts like a younger sister, calling the protagonist Oni-chan. While not biologically related, their subtle dynamic is highlighted as potentially intriguing. This page continues the deep dive into the character creation philosophy behind Hudson's Kita-hi. White Illumination, a new sense communication game evolving on the Dreamcast. Ding. The page features interviews with the general producer Uji Hiroi and character designer Nochi, exploring their approach to bringing the game's charming female characters to life. Nochi shares that it's incredibly moving to see a character take shape and feel real. Hiroi emphasizes the importance of giving every detail a purpose, stating that even something as simple as why a character wears glasses must have a reason tied to their personality and background. He highlights that realism is key, ensuring that characters' dialogue and actions stem naturally from their established traits. The page introduces Tanya Lipinski, a character involved in glassmaking in Otaru, Hokkaido, hinting at her background contributing to her personality. A piece of artwork featuring Tanya is prominently displayed, along with a smaller image showing the game's use of real-life photo backgrounds combined with drawn characters, a technique used to anchor the artwork in reality. The interviews underscore the developer's commitment to creating characters with depth and individuality that resonate with the player. This page delves deeper into the character design philosophy for Hudson's Kita-hi White Illumination, featuring insights from general producer Uji Hiroi and character designer Nochi. The discussion focuses on the importance of incorporating the designer's personal interests, especially fashion sense, to create realistic and appealing characters. Nochi emphasizes studying real-world fashion from magazines and observing girls on the street, stating that genuine designs are essential rather than purely imaginative ones, particularly for characters in a game set in the real world. The page also highlights a strong focus on drawing natural expressions, with Nochi expressing a dislike for drawing overly fawning or artificial smiles, aiming instead for the genuine reactions of living girls. Featured prominently is Kawahara Ayu, described as a lively and proactive heroine type who enjoys karaoke and tennis. Hiroi comments on Nochi's art style, finding charm in its delicate yet clean quality. Nochi also touches upon his involvement in supervising in-game art and his aspirations to explore other creative avenues like writing game scenarios or drawing manga. The commitment to creating characters with depth and individuality is a recurring theme. This page continues the exploration of Hudson's game Kita-hi White Illumination, focusing on its characters and a key gameplay system. It introduces the communication break system, Circa BS, explaining that this game is not primarily a romance simulation, but about getting to know people met during a journey. The Circa BS allows players to interrupt conversations, dynamically changing the flow and revealing different aspects of the characters. The goal is to delve into the inner world of the girls encountered. The page then introduces several female characters, each representing a different variation or personality type. We see Satonaka Kozue, described as a confident otaku girl, Sakyo Hanoka, a rebellious girl with a defiant attitude, Shina Kaoru, a calm and composed older woman, Aida Megumi, an innocent childlike type, and Sakura Machi Yuko, a career woman working for the self-defense forces. Each character image is accompanied by a brief personality summary, reinforcing the game's emphasis on diverse character interactions, building upon the design philosophy discussed on the previous page. This page introduces two exciting new titles from Chris, revealed at a recent game show. These are Aero Dancing, which lets you fly freely through the sky, and Buggy Heat, where you race dynamically across the ground. Both games leverage the 3D capabilities unique to the Dreamcast hardware. The article focuses on Aero Dancing, presenting it as the first of these titles, promising a sense of dream and romance as you soar through the vast blue. The imagery showcases multiple purple jets flying in formation, leaving vibrant colored smoke trails, reinforcing the aerial theme. Another screenshot shows a jet flying over a city, also leaving colorful trails, suggesting dynamic environments. The large title text at the bottom reads, "Fly Through the Blue Sky." Page 50, 1999 Crine. This page focuses on Aero Dancing featuring Blue Impulse, a title for the Dreamcast from Chris. Following up on the previous page's introduction, it clarifies that this game is an acro flight simulation, distinct from traditional combat flight simulators. The emphasis here is on performing stunning aerobatic maneuvers rather than dogfighting. The main mode puts players in the shoes of a pilot aiming to join and eventually lead the prestigious Japanese aerobatic team, Blue Impulse, by completing various missions focusing on flight techniques and acrobatics. Excitingly, the game promises a unique 4-player multiplayer mode playable without screen splitting and support for the visual memory unit. The screenshot shows the distinct purple-blue impulse jets flying in formation above a cityscape, illustrating the game's focus on aerial display over real environments. This looks set to be a fresh take on flight games. It was planned for release in February '99, with the price yet to be determined. This page continues the deep dive into Aero Dancing featuring Blue Impulse for the Dreamcast. It details key aspects that set it apart. First, it emphasizes the pure joy of flying itself, offering intuitive controls focused on maneuvering rather than complex simulation, while still allowing for precise control over pitch, yaw, and roll for those who want it. It also highlights the game's impressive realism. From accurately modeled aircraft based on real data, supervised by a former pilot, to fully polygonal environments like detailed cityscapes you can actually navigate through, not just flat textures. The game boasts 4 distinct modes to keep players engaged. Beyond the main Blue Impulse mission campaign, there's Sky Mission Attack, offering competitive mini-challenges for high scores, a free flight mode for open exploration and practice, and an Airplay Park, designed as a safe playground with various aerial gimmicks perfect for beginners. The selection of aircraft is also a major draw. You start with the current T4 trainer, but can unlock a variety of legendary planes, including famous aircraft from past Blue Impulse teams, and over 10 types of combat and reconnaissance aircraft used by the Japanese Air Self-Defense Force, like the F-15J and F-4 EJ Kai, all usable across the modes. This game looks like a fantastic blend of accessibility, realistic detail, and challenging content, focused purely on the beauty and skill of aerial acrobatics. This page focuses on the real-life Blue Impulse, the Japan Air Self-Defense Force's aerobatic team, which inspired the Dreamcast game Aerodancing. Formed in 1958, Blue Impulse has a rich history, including their iconic performance at the 1964 Tokyo Olympics. The team has evolved, using aircraft like the F-86F Sabre, the T-2 Supersonic Trainer, and the current T-4 Trainer. The page highlights the team's participation in major events, such as Expo 70 Osaka, and appearances at international air shows. It provides upcoming air show dates. Players can find more detailed information on the official Japan Air Self-Defense Force homepage. Finally, it discusses the significance of the F-86F and T-2 aircraft flown by Blue Impulse, adding context for the game's players. This page is dedicated to the upcoming Dreamcast title, Buggy. It positions the game as a highly ambitious off-road racer from Chris, leveraging the Dreamcast's graphical power and visual memory capabilities. The focus is on delivering an immersive experience of racing through diverse environments, from jungle and snowy mountains to open athletic areas, feeling the ground pass incredibly close. The game promises realistic physics, particularly highlighting the buggy's ability to jump and kick up dust, which the screenshots clearly demonstrate. Additional features like driver training and machine editing are mentioned, suggesting a deep level of customization and progression. The article notes that while the game is still in development for a planned February release, the screenshots already convey a fantastic atmosphere, emphasizing the ultra-realistic off-road racing experience achieved by Dreamcast and Crin's technical skills. A side note explains the fundamental difference between a rally car and a buggy, highlighting that buggies are purpose-built off-road machines designed to withstand extreme conditions with robust suspension and lightweight, durable frames. The page's large overlay text captures the essence of the game's speed and physicality. Exhaust left behind, jumping car body, and the invitation to feel the ground passing close on your skin. This page continues the coverage of Buggy Heat for the Dreamcast, prominently featuring the game's title Heat in large letters. The main headline emphasizes the game's vast courses and detailed representation of terrain and road surface conditions. The article highlights the variety of environments, ranging from desert wilderness and athletic courses to on-road tracks, allowing players freedom in choosing their racing lines while reacting to the changing surface. It specifically mentions the dynamic expression of drastic elevation changes, bridges, and the vehicle's behavior like jumps and bumps, all contributing to a dynamic racing experience. 2 screenshots are shown. One depicting on-road racing with a speedometer reading 151 km per hour, and another showcasing off-road action where the buggy is visibly reacting to a bumpy surface, moving at a slower 19 km per hour. Both screenshots display the game's HUD, including position, lap times, total time, record, speed, and gear selection. The game, developed by Cree, is confirmed as an off-road racer scheduled for a March 1999 release, slightly updated from the previous page's estimate. It supports 2-player simultaneous play. A key feature discussed is the driver training function, where the in-game driver learns from the player's techniques, saving this as data. This data can then be used for auto-run races. Furthermore, the saved driver data can be exchanged via the visual memory unit, enabling players to pit their trained drivers against those of others in auto-run battles. Vibration pack support is also mentioned, promising enhanced immersion. This page is all about Godzilla Generations for the Dreamcast, coming out in November 1998 for 5,800 yen. It's described as a one-player action game with a link function to the Atsumet Godzilla handheld game. The main headline dramatically declares, Godzilla lands in Japan in November 1998, the countdown to destruction and triumph. Devateen Her Find is the game's normal mode, where Godzilla first lands in Fukuoka and proceeds to march northward, devastating 5 major Japanese cities: Fukuoka, Osaka, Nagoya, Yokohama, and finally Tokyo as the last stage. The article wonders about Godzilla's ultimate goal in heading north after destroying these cities. It mentions that they will delve deeper into this in future articles, but first want to showcase the newly revealed stages of Fukuoka and Osaka. Screenshots on the page show the game in action, depicting Godzilla attacking a city with the UA showing life and destroy percentages. There are also images of specific locations rendered in the game, including Fukuoka Seaside Momochi, highlighting the Fukuoka Dome, and Osaka Castle, commenting on how interesting it will be to see the giant dome destroyed by the monster. The game focuses on the player controlling Godzilla and causing destruction across these iconic Japanese locations. A small image of the visual memory unit with a Godzilla graphic is also present, presumably related to the link feature mentioned. Godzilla Generations features multiple game modes. The primary mode is a normal game, a Godzilla simulator where players destroy cities, aiming for high destroy rate percentages within time and health constraints. There's also a time attack mode for score challenges. A Atsumet Coliseum mode links with the handheld game Atsumet Godzilla, enabling monster battles with collected characters, supporting up to 4-player brawls. Movie mode offers Godzilla movie previews unlocked by progress in normal game. The game includes the original 1954 Godzilla as a playable character, alongside others like Heisei Godzilla and Mechagodzilla. Connecting with Atsumete Godzilla unlocks additional monsters. This page delves deeper into the mechanics of Godzilla Generations, specifically the scoring and evaluation systems within the normal game mode. It highlights that the ultimate goal is to earn the title of God of Destruction, achieved by mastering the art of urban demolition. The evaluation is based on several factors at the end of each area: the destroy rate, how quickly you clear the area; speed evaluation, how effectively you use different attacks and combos; balance and combo evaluations, how many enemies you defeat; enemy evaluation, and how much health you retain; life evaluation. Achieving 100% destruction within the time limit is presented as a key strategy, suggesting a focus on efficient demolition. The page also introduces the game's simple control scheme. It proudly points out that operating the monsters is very simple, with unique actions like tail swings assigned straightforwardly to the L and R buttons. A table breaks down the basic movesets for several playable monsters, including Heisei Godzilla, Mechagodzilla, the original 1954 Godzilla, Zilla, referred to here as USA Godzilla, and Manila, showing their A, B, Y, L, and R button actions like atomic breath, guard, roar, and tail swings. Interestingly, roaring with the Yugi button is noted as helping the monster recover energy or health, adding a strategic layer to the seemingly simple controls. The screenshots show the game's UI with the life bar, time limit, and destroy percentage tracker. In Godzilla Generations, players control Godzilla, facing off against humanity's defenses. The game pits Godzilla against G-Force and the Japan Self-Defense Forces, deploying weaponry like the Super X series, Maser tanks, and fighter jets. The primary objective is to destroy these obstacles quickly and efficiently to achieve high scores. Beyond gameplay, the game offers substantial bonus content. The Big Theater provides theatrical trailers for 44 Godzilla films, spanning the franchise's cinematic history from 1954 to 1995. Authentic background music, sound effects, and character voices from the movies further immerse players in the Godzilla universe. Screenshots highlight the game's visuals during combat, and preview footage from films like Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, 1993, and Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla, 1994. This page introduces the Dreamcast title, Atsumete Godzilla Kaiju Deishugu, or Atsumete Coliseum, which offers a very different take on kaiju battles compared to the realistic style of Godzilla Generations. Instead, this game features adorable, deformed versions of classic monsters engaging in intense battles. The core gameplay revolves around battling monsters you collect. The main modes include a solo battle, where you can fill your monster encyclopedia by fighting CPU opponents, and a everyone battle mode allowing up to 5 monsters, players and CPU, to compete in a free-for-all. The game also includes a monster list feature where your collected kaiju are displayed in 3Ds on the Dreamcast. Adding to the monster madness, the page highlights related VMU portable games. A tentative Mothra Dream Battle released in December 98, and a tentative Gamera Dream Battle released in March 99. The inclusion of Gamera characters, alongside Godzilla and Mothra monsters like Anguirus, Ganame, Maguma, and Gaira, shows this game pulls from multiple major Japanese monster franchises. The focus here is on direct versus battles, letting fans jump straight into the action without lengthy training. This comprehensive approach aims to satisfy even the most dedicated kaiju enthusiasts. This page continues the exploration of Godzilla Generations and its accompanying VMU title, Atsumete Godzilla. While the main game offers realistic kaiju action, Atsumete Godzilla takes a different approach, showcasing charming, super-deformed versions of classic monsters such as Space Godzilla, Kamakuras, Mothra, USA Godzilla, and King Ghidorah, all depicted here. The focus is on the Atsumete Coliseum mode playable on the VMU, featuring auto battles and exciting battle royales, where players select targets on their device. The game also incorporates the realistic monster models from Generations as CPU opponents, adding variety to the fights. The page captures the excitement generated by Atsumete Godzilla at a game show event, where fans were thrilled by the VMU Egg and Coliseum features. A major highlight is the groundbreaking inclusion of Dai monsters, allowing for dream showdowns between Toho and Dai Kaiju via VMU link-up, specifically mentioning Mothra vs. Gamera battles as a historic first. The game also includes a tournament mode where players can strategically train their monsters by boosting attack, defense, and luck stats after winning battles. Additionally, there's a promotional mention for a screening event related to the movie Mothra 3, King Ghidorah Raishu. This page previews the Dreamcast title, July, a Centuries End cinematic suspense game developed by SEGA and 45. The game plunges players into a dark 3-day story centered around 2 protagonists in 1999. One main character, Joshua, is depicted as a man living for revenge, even resorting to murder. The page details his story, beginning with a police chase on the night of July 7, 1999, near Tokyo. Screenshots illustrate his attempted escape through an undeveloped area and his eventual confrontation. The second main character introduced is Makoto Takamura, who appears to be a more ordinary young man. His story segment shows him visiting his mother, who has been in a coma for 6 years due to an accident that also claimed his sister's life. The page contrasts Makoto's seemingly normal day with Yoshua's desperate flight. The page highlights the game's premise of 2 intersecting lives against a backdrop of suspense and the impending end of the century, using screenshots to visually represent key moments and character states. The game is noted as being for 1 player and was anticipated for a late 1998 release, with the price yet to be determined at the time. Following his escape, Yoshua finds refuge in a snack bar called Mary after a police chase. Exhausted, he has a disturbing nightmare, prompting concern from Mary. He then overhears local gossip about a bus explosion and Natsix Pharmaceuticals, whose employees have been murdered. Yoshua's nightmare depicts a terrifying medical scene, possibly hinting at his past or future. He wakes up feeling unwell. Driven by unknown motives, Yoshua seeks a man named Yarada, possibly based on information from the snack bar. A mysterious list of 7 connected silhouettes is shown. The article also briefly follows Makoto Takamura, who is still asleep while Yoshua is at the snack bar. This day is the memorial for the bus explosion, and Takamura's cheerfulness contrasts Yoshua's darker, more troubled demeanor. Following the memorial for the bus explosion, Yoshua searches for Yarada, a missing Natsix Pharmaceuticals director linked to the incident. At Yamate Park, he meets Eriko, a friend of the other protagonists, Makoto, and reporter Mishima, who also investigates the explosion, providing vital information about Yarada's disappearance. Unbeknownst to Yoshua, Makoto is also at the memorial with Eriko, but they don't interact. Eriko serves as the link between their separate storylines. Meanwhile, Makoto learns the explosion might not be terrorism, and then unexpectedly finds Yarada, receiving an email from him. This contrasts with Yoshua's unsuccessful search. A preview of the Dreamcast game, likely July, highlights positive aspects, including visuals, smooth transitions, quick load times, and easy controller use. The demo promises a captivating story. This page continues the story of July, following Yoshua's investigation. Based on information from reporter Mishima, Yoshua visits the apartment of the missing director, Yarada. He finds a horrific scene. The room is drenched in blood and in disarray, suggesting a brutal attack. However, there's no sign of Yarada or a body, which is deeply unsettling. Yoshua calmly searches for clues amidst the chaos. He uncovers a mysterious note mentioning our plan, and discovers a planner detailing an appointment for that very day at 3 p.m. with a person named Jolno Dini at a restaurant in Akasaka. Further investigation of documents found in an attaché case points to a connection with Nadzak's heavy industries. These findings strongly suggest a major secret linking Yarada, the bus bombing, and Nadzak's pharmaceuticals. Meanwhile, the other protagonist, Makoto, who recently obtained an MO from Yarada, is also caught in the unfolding events. While Yoshua was investigating Yarada's apartment, Eriko's house is tragically destroyed by an explosion, suspected to be related to the MO Makoto received. The page also teases a significant gameplay element. The game features 150 characters. Only a few are introduced initially, and not all will be encountered in a single playthrough. A fascinating side goal is completing the profiles for all 150 characters, offering players a deeper dive into the game's world beyond the main storyline. The game master seems intrigued by the layering of mysteries and the interconnectedness of the two protagonists' paths. This page dives into the Sega Dreamcast game Blue Stinger, focusing on the version demonstrated at the Tokyo Game Show. The game is classified as a non-stop adventure and was planned for a late '98 release, being a single-player experience. The article highlights that the demo version showcased improved adventure elements, including character dialogue and cinematic direction, compared to earlier builds. While the demo might differ slightly from the final game, it effectively captures the intended atmosphere. Screenshots depict the starting area, Lab Town within the island's residential zone, featuring striking large billboards. The narrative progresses as the characters, Elliot and Dogs, encounter a dead end at the docks, leading to a communication sequence with Johnny. They discuss the situation, realizing they can't proceed as planned, and Johnny suggests a possible alternative route through the cold storage area. This leads to the decision to take a detour, marking the beginning of the battle against creatures called Dinocytes. The content suggests the game involves exploration, overcoming obstacles, and action sequences. The Blue Stinger demo at the Tokyo Game Show features a branching path to the final objective, Rat's Bar. Players can choose between the cold storage and the hairdressers, leading to different areas like the port and beach, respectively, before converging at Rat's Bar. Combat is central to the experience. While Elliot begins with melee attacks, finding weapons such as guns and swords is crucial for survival. The demo showcases a weapon selection screen, suggesting limited ammo management. Before equipping, players can view weapon characteristics, highlighting the strategic importance of understanding their arsenal, including unique weapons like the napalm launcher. The demo's structure and weapon mechanics aim to offer diverse challenges and tactical combat scenarios. This page introduces the latest entry in the beloved Puyo Puyo puzzle series from Compile, titled Puyo Puyon, making its debut on the Dreamcast. The page features vibrant artwork, including fan-favorite characters, alongside some new faces like a blue-haired mermaid and a distinctive male character with horns and wings, all surrounding a large, stylized 4 logo. The article highlights that this new iteration builds upon the classic Puyo Puyo formula, adding fresh elements like new game modes and unique, character-specific special abilities. A screenshot showcases the familiar Puyo board layout, displaying the iconic colorful Puyo characters dropping into the grid. The interface shows details such as the level, chains, and score, confirming the core puzzle action remains central. A prominent red banner asks if this is a new game mode for Puyo Puyon, suggesting intriguing gameplay variations. The information provided confirms it's an action puzzle game developed by Compile for 12 players, scheduled for a March 1999 release on the Dreamcast. It seems the game is set to push the series forward with exciting new mechanics, while retaining the addictive chain reaction gameplay fans know and love. This page dives deeper into the upcoming Dreamcast title, Puyo Puyon, highlighting some exciting new features and modes. The main focus is on a new endurance mode, where the size of the Puyo pieces can change, with smaller Puyo allowing for the possibility of achieving massive chains, theoretically up to 108. This mode is recommended for players who enjoy setting up elaborate combos. The game is also confirmed to support the Dreamcast's visual memory unit, allowing the carbuncle character to be displayed on its screen during gameplay. A report from the Tokyo Game Show reveals that a playable demo was available, impressing attendees even in its early development state, showcasing the core gameplay, despite not having all the final features implemented. A special interview with director Toshikatsu Shuga reveals his vision for Puyo Puyon, creating a game accessible for newcomers while offering enough depth for series veterans to appreciate the differences. He mentions incorporating elements like unique character skills and varying stage rules to add significant variety beyond the standard Puyo matching. The development team is also putting a strong emphasis on flashy and visually impressive chain reactions. Modes like Story Mode, VS Mode, and the new Endurance Mode are confirmed to be present, promising a comprehensive package. The screenshots show the familiar Puyo gameplay interface and the changing Puyo sizes in action. This page features the Naomi's Room section, highlighting the highly anticipated arcade title, The House of the Dead 2. The game is currently reported at a 50% completion rate and is a gun shooter scheduled for a November arcade launch, featuring two-player co-op play. The article discusses the game's status as the first major release on the Naomi arcade board, noting the high expectations, especially regarding a potential Dreamcast port. The current build is at Stage 4, showcasing cinematic cutscenes and a setting primarily within a town, introducing new gameplay elements not present in the original, including what appears to be a boat stage. The protagonists are introduced as James and Gary, agents of the AMS. Described as a contrasting and passionate duo, the piece speculates on whether Agent G from the first game will make an appearance. Comments from the AMR&D department emphasize the game is packed with ideas to keep players engaged. Leveraging the Naomi board allows for significantly improved visuals and features like detailed branching paths, story variations based on actions, and dynamic changes to boss fights and locations. An advertised demo is complete, serving as a prologue to the story and introducing the intriguing antagonist, Goldmans. A screenshot also shows the date, the 26th of February 2000, which aligns with the Dreamcast release date. Various screenshots display the characters James and Gary, and intense in-game moments, including a car chase scene. The House of the Dead 2, featuring antagonist Goldman, elevates the arcade experience. The game introduces diverse creature designs and emphasizes their connection to Goldman. Gameplay revolves around checkpoints, highlighting citizen rescues, branching paths triggered by player actions, and boss battles with exploitable weak points revealed through in-game notes, all benefiting from the Naomi arcade board's power. A Dreamcast port is considered, addressing the need for a gun peripheral, with AM1R&D acknowledging it. Compatibility with the Saturn Virtua gun is also explored. The article anticipates potential market competition from other zombie-themed games like Biohazard, Resident Evil, and Code Veronica. The page showcases gameplay through screenshots, anticipating the game's transition to home consoles. This page delves into the highlights of the Tokyo Game Show '98 Autumn, focusing specifically on the Dreamcast. It promises a super scoop and delivers by showcasing previously unseen color variations of the console. The most striking is a metallic green version, said to be produced in collaboration with legendary motorcycle racer Tadayasu Taira, and painted with special Maziora paint, giving it a unique, iridescent look. Other color variations like gold and a silver/gray are also featured. Another significant reveal is the exhibition of a Dreamcast prototype model at the show, which many attendees might have missed. Photos show a slightly different iteration of the white console in a display case, hinting at the design process. Even more intriguing is a bizarre, aggressively styled prototype, designed by an Italian studio, presented as Sega's concept for proposing a truly new machine. Its unusual shape and horn-like protrusions are speculated to be controller ports. The page also includes a small section on the Visual Memory Unit, VMU, discussing its display capabilities and showing a pixel art image of Little Baba. This page continues the deep dive into the Dreamcast's debut at Tokyo Game Show '98 Autumn. It further showcases the stunning, previously unseen color variations, specifically highlighting a metallic purple and a vibrant gold version. It's revealed that these striking colors are the result of a fascinating collaboration with legendary motorcycle racer Tadayasu Taira, who who was inspired by the iridescent Maziora paint used on his racing gear. Taira himself initiated the idea by painting a SEGA Saturn, which impressed Sega's president and led to these unique Dreamcast models being created and displayed as reference exhibits to gauge public interest, though not currently planned for general sale. The page also offers a glimpse into the Dreamcast's design evolution, presenting different prototype models. We see Prototype 2, a more boxy design described as resembling audio equipment or even a lunchbox, and Prototype 2i, which is noted as being very close to the final retail version, differing only slightly. This provides cool insight into the development process and the different shapes Sega considered before arriving at the iconic design we know today, which Sega states was chosen for its simple, beautiful style, aiming for broad user acceptance. Tokyo Game Show '98 Autumn showcased the Dreamcast with a massive merchandise presence. The event featured a wide range of promotional and purchasable items. Attendees could buy goods like ceramic mugs, Dreamcast polo shirts, and even a calculator and phone strap. Novelty items included pocket tissues, fans, and candy. Prices varied, with a clear file costing 350 yen and a happy coat reaching 5,000 yen. Some items, like the necktie and candy, were deemed rare. Merchandise featuring Executive Director Yukawa was highly sought after, including signed happy coats and clear files based on his TV ads. The overwhelming demand led to plans to sell some items at Sega Freecak stores after the show. The article encouraged reader feedback. This page dives into the world of SNK, specifically highlighting the upcoming fighting game, The Last Blade 2. It's presented as the second act in the popular Bakumatsu-era swordsman romance series, contrasting it somewhat with SNK's other major fighting series, Samurai Showdown. The article introduces 3 exciting new characters joining the roster. Sanada Kojiro, a captain of the Shinsengumi Zero Squad, Takane Hibiki, a young woman skilled in Aido searching for the man who killed her father, and Setsuna, a figure driven by revenge who emerged from the Hellgate. Several screenshots showcase the game's visuals and character matchups. A comment from SNK's Mr. Umemoto expresses enthusiasm for the new game, praising its unique Yomiai strategy and the power-up characters. The overall sentiment conveyed is that this highly anticipated sequel brings back many of the feelings from the Bakumatsu era. In addition to The Last Blade 2, the page includes a brief report from the Tokyo Game Show, mentioning the SNK booth prominently featured the Neo Geo Pocket and allowed attendees to play titles like KOFR1. There's also a section showcasing fan art and messages related to the Last Blade series, and an announcement about a planned renewal for a reader mailbag section in the magazine. This page features a full-page promotion centered around the legendary Sega Saturn character, Sagata Sanshiro. The striking image shows the character himself smiling against a backdrop of stars, reinforcing his larger-than-life status. The main focus is the announcement of his own game, titled Sagata Sanshiro, Serious Game, Shinken Yugi. It prominently displays the scheduled release date of October 29th and the price of 4,800 yen. A notable vertical text block on the right side delivers his iconic message. I don't want people who don't play seriously to play it. This embodies the character's philosophy and the game's likely theme, emphasizing dedication to playing. The page also includes the Sega Saturn logo, the "This is Cool" tagline, and standard copyright and contact information for Sega Enterprises at the bottom, including a customer service number and website address. It's a powerful advertisement, leveraging the immense popularity of the character to promote his dedicated title on the platform he tirelessly championed. This page is the farewell installment of the Letters Park Reader Submission Corner, marked clearly as final. It features illustrations and messages from readers saying goodbye to the column and its beloved mascots, Maul and Scott. The opening text confirms this is the last time for the column, reflecting on the past submissions and thanking the readers, referred to as submission warriors. It notes that just as life moves forward, so does the magazine, and this corner is concluding. Reader submissions include comments on the state of the magazine, reflections on purchasing multiple Sega Saturn consoles, even the cool Skeleton Saturn, and personal anecdotes. Illustrations accompanying the messages feature the mascots Maul and Scott in various scenes, some showing them moving on or interacting with the reader's characters. One reader mentions the state of the magazine compared to Dreamcast publications, while others express affection for their Saturn consoles. The section titled, "And Now, Goodbye Maul and Scott," formally bids farewell to the mascots who have been quietly active characters associated with Letters Park for the past year. The text mentions they have had many enjoyable memories, including readers naming them and providing illustrations. It promises they might meet again someday. Overall, it's a poignant closing chapter for a long-running reader interaction feature, highlighting the connection between the magazine, its mascots, and its dedicated readership. The page concludes by announcing a new reader corner starting the following week. This page brings the popular Letters Park Reader Corner to a close, marked prominently with a "Thank You" banner. The section on the left provides the final points tally, listing the top contributors who consistently sent in submissions, highlighting their dedication over the life of the column. The main text confirms this is the final installment, expressing deep gratitude to the readers for their unwavering support that kept the corner going. It acknowledges that while the column is ending, the connection with the readers remains. Across the page are various reader-submitted illustrations from different prefectures, showcasing the diverse talent within the magazine's readership and their affection for the column and perhaps the magazine itself. These illustrations often feature characters or themes related to the magazine's content or the Letters Park corner. Further down, a segment titled "Endless Komi Manga Concludes" marks the finale of a reader-submitted comic series that was featured in the column. Finally, a section encourages readers to continue submitting to future magazine features, specifically mentioning the high likelihood of getting published in an upcoming column, even referencing the Dreamcast magazine in the process, showing the shift towards the next generation while still valuing reader input. This marks the transition from the beloved Letters Park to what comes next for reader contributions. This page delivers the heartfelt final installment of the much-loved Letters Park reader column, proudly displaying a large "Thank You" banner. The Letters King Hall of Fame is showcased, honoring the top contributors who consistently supported the column, a testament to their passion and dedication over the past year. An important announcement confirms the point system tied to Letters Park is now ending. However, it reveals that a new point system will be introduced in the upcoming Dreamcast magazine, encouraging readers to keep their submissions coming as Sega transitions to the next generation. This section also includes reader feedback on the new Dreamcast console itself. The page is filled with vibrant reader-submitted illustrations from across Japan, highlighting the creative community fostered by the column. Notable artwork includes a depiction inspired by the classic arcade and Sega Saturn horror title, The House of the Dead. It's a fitting farewell to Letters Park, expressing gratitude to the readers who made it such a success. This page continues the fan interaction with the Letters Park section, presenting a variety of reader submission corners for the transition to the upcoming Dreamcast magazine. The lineup includes the general chat Dream Square, a section for requesting ports of classic games called If We Could Meet in a Dream, and the dedicated Forest of Saturnians, where fans can celebrate their love for the Sega Saturn under the motto, "Saturn is Immortal." There's an illustration corner specifically for brush pen styles, Dojo Brush Pen, a general illustration garden, Illust Garden, which only accepts monochrome artwork, and a comic corner, Guru Guru Comic, open to various panel counts. Readers can also contribute longer essays on games, Spiral Salon, share funny rumors, Unconfirmed Information Bureau, interact with fellow fans, Intense Love Cafe, and even ask game questions to a seemingly unhelpful cat. Ask the cat! Finally, they are seeking ideas for entirely new corners. The page also provides updated submission details, including a simplified postal address and an email address for text submissions. Illustration data is not accepted via email, emphasizing that corner names must be clearly specified for all entries. This page brings exciting news for gamers, kicking off with an emergency news flash about the impending arrival of the Sega Dreamcast, hyped as Sega's strongest hardware of the century. Reservation acceptance is starting for the initial wave of Dreamcast titles expected in July, showcasing a powerful lineup including Virtua Fighter 3 TB, Sega Rally 2, Pen Pen Tricelon, Godzilla Generations, and Blue Stinger. In other news, the mail order store is set to change its name to B1 Mail Order Department soon. The page also provides a list of upcoming Sega Saturn releases for November and December, featuring titles like Idol Janshi Tsuchiapai, Derby Stallion, Capcom Generation Volume 4, Sakura Teisen Tato Graph, and various others, alongside key accessories such as the Power Memory Card, and the Virtual Gun. Details on how to place an order via fax or postcard are included. This page features a personal essay titled, Stories from the End of the 20th Century. Everyone's Story, a Boy's Story, a Girl's Story. The text is a reflection on childhood experiences, touching upon themes of school life, loneliness, and social interactions, including dealing with bullying and transferring schools. The author recounts memories of feeling isolated, struggling with academics like math, and the challenges of fitting in. They mention finding solace in activities like playing games during breaks, though no specific game titles are named within the essay itself. The accompanying photograph shows a young boy playing an arcade game, but a caption explicitly states that the photo is unrelated to the text. The essay explores the difficulties faced during formative years, reflecting on the simple pleasures and harsh realities encountered in childhood and adolescence. It's a poignant look back at the personal struggles of growing up towards the end of the century. This page features the final installment, Volume 13, of the weekly Saturn Times column. The main focus is the 9th part of a series titled G-Mome, short for something like Disgusting Game Otaku Men, in order to become popular with women. This installment gives advice on love and sexual desire, suggesting otaku should maintain objectivity about their own feelings. The accompanying illustration depicts a scene that likely relates to this romantic/social theme. Below that, there's an article exploring the world of deep otaku culture purchases, specifically focusing on acquiring a used adult bishoujo encyclopedia. The author discusses navigating the used book market and finding a copy, detailing the content, which includes descriptions of slim body types, miniskirts, and proportions related to anime girls, hinting at erotic elements. A humorous illustration shows a character reading this type of book. On the right side, the column confirms, this is indeed the final issue of the Saturn Times. There's also a small section about finding a SEGA Saturn console, or related presents, at a location associated with the Yokohama Baystars baseball team, seemingly related to a cheering or support event. This page features the final installment of the Sakurai Tomoe no Heart ni Message column. The author, Sakurai Tomoe, reflects on her activities over the past year, noting this column marks the end. She discusses her busy schedule, including finishing a stage play successfully, and looking forward to upcoming projects like the TV anime Superdoll Licca-chan, starting in October, and her radio drama group activities. She also mentions preparations for a play called The Singer, in January, and performances in February. A present section offers signed t-shirts from Sakurai Tomoe to 5 winners, who send in a postcard with their details by November 5th. Below, a comic strip titled #27 inches, One Day's Bath, provides a humorous look at recent events. It touches on upcoming comics in November, deadlines for color submissions, and the serialization of Kekibaki Walking Love 3, and a book called Cosplay. The strip includes panels about enjoying hot springs, and ends with a visit to an anime shop where strange merchandise like a creamy mommy electric sewing machine and a Lensman jigsaw puzzle are found. An information box provides a brief profile of Sakurai Tomoe, noting her debut and various activities as a singer, actress, voice actress, and radio personality. It also details her album, 12 Melodies, released in October, which features 12 songs based on different instruments. This page kicks off a special feature aimed squarely at SEGA Saturn fans dreaming of joining the game industry. Titled The Dream Navigation for Next Creator, it's presented against the backdrop of the actual SEGA building, giving it an authentic feel. 2 charming egg characters, symbolizing aspiring creators, are featured, with one saying, "Let's go!" The page lays out the contents of this section, promising a National Game School Guide 98 starting on page 92, a Game School Pickup on page 94, and even a creator biography featuring the legendary Uji Hiroi on page 105, known for his work on titles like the Sakura Wars series. The feature is specifically designed for aspiring creators who want to join a game maker but don't know how. It promises thorough coverage of information, including advice from veterans in the industry, insights into the state of the game world, and introductions to schools. An online resource, GameSpot/Japan, at zdnet.co.jp/GameSpot/, is also highlighted as a place to find related information. Further down, the page teases a special feature, Great Sega Research, focusing on the game makers SEGA Saturn users admire, which begins on page 82. This feature is clearly dedicated to guiding the next generation of game developers, using SEGA and the industry as a focal point. This page delves deeper into the Dream Navigation feature, focusing on the practical steps for aspiring game creators. It outlines the 3 primary paths one can take to enter the industry: self-study and building a portfolio, attending traditional higher education followed by joining a game company, or gaining specialized knowledge by attending a vocational game or computer school. The article then weighs the practicality of these routes, suggesting that vocational schools might offer the most direct path to acquiring the specialized skills needed to be immediately effective in a development environment. Crucially, it emphasizes the importance of first deciding what specific type of game creator you aspire to be, stating that this foundational step guides the entire process. For those considering the vocational school route, the page breaks down the journey into 4 clear steps: requesting school brochures, attending trial classes or information sessions to get a feel for the environment, having individual consultations to address specific concerns, and finally, submitting the application. It concludes with a reminder to check financial arrangements and the school's annual schedule upon acceptance. The charming egg mascots from the previous page return to guide readers through these steps. The next page is all about SEGA Enterprises itself, titled "Want to Join SEGA?" and positioning it as the top choice for Saturn users and aspiring creators wanting to work in the game industry. It promises a thorough dissection of the company. The article asks, what kind of company is SEGA Enterprises? And reveals that while known for consoles and arcade games, the SEGA Group is incredibly diverse, involved in distribution, computer software, toys, and even communication karaoke. It highlights SEGA's continuous innovation and playful spirit, referencing memorable advertising campaigns like the Yu Kawakami commercials. The page also provides a brief chronology, touching on SEGA's founding in 1951, its establishment in 1960, major mergers, and expansion into the US and European markets, culminating in stock listings. Company data shows SEGA is a large entity with significant capital and thousands of employees, reporting considerable sales in the fiscal year ending March 1998. It lists the extensive business areas, from game hardware and software to amusement parks and educational equipment. Finally, the page outlines employee welfare and benefits, covering standard insurance and pension plans, a housing loan system, dormitories, and corporate resorts available to employees and their families, like the attractive one pictured, located near Lake Yamanaka. It portrays SEGA as a company supporting its staff. This page follows up on the SEGA company overview, titled "Still Want to Know More?" and covering etc. related to SEGA. It provides practical data and insights for fans. A data box for the 1998 fiscal year presents key company statistics, detailing employee numbers, average starting salaries, and holidays. The SEGA latest news section gives a peek inside. It highlights the company intranet for communication, describes the popular employee cafeteria with varied meal options pictured, and notes that while SEGA employees enjoy games, hardcore gaming tends to be more prevalent among developers. For those dreaming of joining SEGA, the page outlines the recruitment path. It strongly emphasizes online job postings on the uniquely titled Power Up Chocolate website, showcasing the creative environment. Required application documents for new graduates are detailed, including the essential ability challenge sheet and a specific questionnaire based on the job category you're applying for. Samples of these forms are shown, offering a direct look at what it takes to apply to SEGA. This page delves deeper into what it takes to join SEGA, detailing application requirements and shedding light on the competitive landscape. It outlines general qualifications and gives a specific example for experienced CG designers, emphasizing the need for basic design skills and proficiency with CG tools, particularly welcoming those with 3D CG production experience on Silicon Graphics workstations. Regarding recruitment, the page provides statistics for the 1998 fiscal year, showing a significant number of annual applicants relative to the hires, underscoring that joining SEGA is indeed a challenging path with many rivals. It notes that detailed recruitment information, including specifics for mid-career hires, is readily available on the company's website, highlighting the move towards online resources. A key message from HR staff member Nobuyuki Matsuoka emphasizes that while passion for games is common, what truly matters is starting something based on that passion and demonstrating tangible results from your efforts. They look for individuals with a strong desire for self-realization and those who proactively challenge themselves in any field, recommending that job seekers explore various industries to broaden their knowledge. Finally, the page includes a simplified organizational chart, illustrating Sega's structure from the board of directors down to the various business units like amusement, consumer, and corporate staff divisions, giving potential applicants insight into the company's operational layout. This page explores what it truly means to be a game developer, moving beyond the general idea of programmers or designers. It touches upon the stereotypical images people have of developers, listing both perceived upsides like creating cool new things and playing the latest games, and downsides such as constant sleep deprivation and a lack of time for personal life. Following this introduction, the magazine takes us behind the scenes with a surprise interview at Sega's AM12 R&D department, focusing on the team hard at work on Star Wars Trilogy Arcade. A screenshot shows the game in action. The main feature is an interview with Kenji Sasaki, the head of AM12 R&D. Sasaki-san discusses his journey from designer to director, and now his current role as producer on the large-scale Star Wars Trilogy Arcade project. He highlights the collaborative effort required for big titles, involving multiple directors covering different areas like programming, planning, and design. As producer, his job involves managing progress, ensuring quality, and crucial negotiation, especially when dealing with licensed properties like Star Wars. Despite the pressures in juggling multiple roles, as his department lacks a dedicated product manager, Sasaki-san emphasizes his commitment to making games that are fundamentally fun and maintaining artistic integrity without compromise, taking full responsibility for the creations they bring into the world. Sega's AM12 R&D department showcases the multifaceted skills needed for game development. Interviews reveal the roles of planning director Motoshi Takabe, emphasizing creativity and technical understanding, and design director Kenji Sasaki, highlighting the importance of fundamental artistic skills and source material knowledge. Program director Takahiro Kakizawa discusses the challenges of implementing realism through coding, while publicity producer Hirotaka Machida focuses on effective external communication. The combined insights demonstrate the collaborative nature of game creation, requiring a blend of creative vision, technical expertise, communication strategies, and a passion for the final product. The next page delves into different aspects of game development, starting with Sega's sound department. Yukifumi Makino, from the Digital Media Production Department, discusses the dedicated sound section at Sega. He explains their focus is on exploring diverse musical possibilities and creating engaging tracks, emphasizing the importance of collaborating closely with the development team from the early stages of a project. The page then shifts focus to Omiya Soft, a smaller software house, to examine its operational structure. Shigeo Suzuki, the company's president, introduces the team, currently consisting of 5 people. He highlights the advantage of a smaller size, which allows for seamless communication between developers and the flexibility to collaborate with external staff. Following the introduction, the page features interviews with key members of Omiya Soft. Planning director Yukihito Kamiya shares his thoughts on the planning process. Graphic artist Sakaki Kairu emphasizes the core of his job is drawing, and the first step to improvement is clarifying what you want to draw. Programmer Kazuhisa Sakata discusses programming as fundamentally simple, built upon repetition of basic principles, and advises aspiring programmers to study English due to its prevalence in documentation. The page also touches on the type of talent Omiya Soft seeks, and features an example of their work, the unique card battle game Culdicept. A screenshot of Culdicept is shown, illustrating the game's blend of board game mechanics and strategic card duels, where players build decks and battle across a map using elemental cards. This page dives deep into the many roles within the game industry beyond the core development team, highlighting that industry people are far more than just programmers or artists. It emphasizes that games are collaborative works, brought to life by various individuals working together. The article introduces key departments at Sega involved in bringing games to market and supporting them, including the teams handling intellectual property to protect game assets, the ATP business department managing amusement centers like Joyopolis, the character department licensing Sega's famous characters, the internet promotion office managing web content and publicity, and the CS promotion department responsible for planning iconic TV and magazine advertising campaigns. The page features an interview with Masatoshi Kawaguchi, a team manager in the CS promotion department within the Saturn business division. He discusses his role as a balancer, mediating between the development and sales teams to ensure projects succeed. He stresses the importance of passion and dedication for those in promotion. Crucially, the page highlights 2 legendary Sega advertising campaigns, the Sagata Sanshiro series, and the Director Yukawa series. It includes screenshots from these memorable commercials, underscoring their impact on promoting Sega and its games. The article concludes by urging readers to keep an eye on Sega's future advertising efforts. An illustration shows a shop setting, symbolizing the crucial sales aspect of the industry. This page details two crucial, yet often overlooked, departments within Sega: the Internet Promotion Office and the Intellectual Property Department. The Internet Promotion Office, led by Mutsushiro Fuji, builds and maintains Sega's official websites, creating a hub for game information and online features. They aim to make the sites engaging and interactive, like a toy box, and seek talented individuals with web development, drawing, and programming skills. The Intellectual Property Department, managed by Miyuki Yasuoka, safeguards Sega's intellectual assets, including patents and trademarks. They work to identify and protect new inventions emerging from game development, managing around 140 patent applications annually. The department requires keen attention to detail, game knowledge, and language skills to defend against infringement. The page uses the example of Virtua Racing's view switching function, patented by Yu Suzuki, to illustrate the department's work. Sega's success stems from departments beyond game development. The Character Department, led by Hideaki Matsubara, focuses on licensing and protecting Sega's intellectual property. This includes licensing external copyrights, licensing Sega's characters, especially iconic ones like Sonic, for merchandise and promotions, and combating copyright infringement. They aim to carefully cultivate their characters' brand recognition. The ATP Business Department, managed by Akitoshi Ogawa, oversees Sega's amusement theme parks, such as Joyopolis. They handle sales, event planning, and daily operations, emphasizing direct customer feedback. Ogawa finds fulfillment in customer satisfaction and repeat visits, stressing the value of strong communication skills. This department's work is critical for the company's physical presence and interaction with its audience. This page is a guide to game schools across Japan for 1998, titled National Game School Guide 98. It's aimed at readers interested in entering the game industry and suggests pathways include contacting schools, requesting materials, and trying out trial lessons. The guide provides a structured layout for each school entry, detailing the school's name, contact, telephone number, location, and a brief description of the courses offered. It lists various schools from different regions, highlighting their specific programs related to game creation, programming, graphics, and other relevant fields to help aspiring developers find the right educational path. This page continues the comprehensive 1998 guide to game schools across Japan. It presents a directory of various educational institutions, offering programs tailored for aspiring professionals in the game industry. Each entry provides the school's name, location, contact telephone number, and a summary of the courses available. You'll find listings for schools predominantly in the Tokyo area, but also in places like Shizuoka, Aichi, Nagoya, Osaka, and Hiroshima, demonstrating the nationwide reach of these specialized programs. The courses listed cover a wide range of disciplines essential for game development in that era, including game design, programming, computer graphics, CG, 3D modeling, like 3D Studio Max and Softimage mentioned in one entry, animation, multimedia, and various creator or artist roles. The descriptions highlight different program lengths, specializations, like game creator, game programmer, game character design, planning, and direction, and teaching philosophies, such as small class sizes or hands-on training using industry-standard equipment. This guide serves as a vital resource for anyone in 1998 looking to gain the skills needed to break into the competitive and exciting world of game creation. This page features a deep dive into the Sogo Gakuin Human Academy, highlighting its approach to educating future game developers. It's presented as a game school pickup feature, showcasing the school's nationwide network and focus on employment support. The school, with campuses in Tokyo and Nagoya, emphasizes a philosophy centered around monozukuri, or craftsmanship, fostering creativity and independent thinking. They believe that creating truly interesting games requires broad experience, not just technical skill. The academy boasts impressive employment results, with students finding positions at prominent game companies of the era like Square, Capcom, Hudson, SNK, and Sega Enterprises, among others. They provide extensive job placement support, including seminars, counseling, and mock interviews, leveraging their nationwide network to help students find positions even outside major city centers. The page also details the school's curriculum, listing various courses like Game Creator, CG Creator, Programmer, Planner, Animator, and more, available in different formats, full-time, evening, and locations across Japan, including Tokyo, Sendai, Nagoya, Osaka, Kobe, and Fukuoka. They also mention providing support for students to acquire relevant industry qualifications. Images show the school buildings, a classroom equipped with computers, and students engaging in discussion with an instructor, emphasizing the practical and interactive learning environment. The school utilizes a range of machines including Macintosh, DOS/V, PC-98, and Windows NT systems for training. This page continues the feature on the Sogo Gakuen Human Academy, focusing now on their evening division and its effectiveness in training students to be immediately ready for the industry. It highlights that both day and evening divisions offer substantial, practical lesson content designed to build real-world skills efficiently, catering to students with diverse backgrounds like those who work, are university students, or have part-time jobs. The page features students and instructors. Yutaka Kuromaru, an evening student in the Tokyo School's Soft Image 3D Master Course, shares his motivation stemming from game visuals and his satisfaction with the supportive teaching environment. Kozo Shinohara, a programming instructor at the Nagoya School, discusses his teaching philosophy of breaking down fundamentals and application techniques clearly, emphasizing the importance of staying updated with industry needs. The limited time available to evening students is seen as a catalyst for increased motivation and efficient learning, particularly beneficial for those with specific career goals. Student artwork is showcased in the Art File section, including a dark, organic 3D model and a purple SUV, illustrating the quality of work produced by students in the 3D Master and Lightwave courses. A new modeling course for 3D graphics modelers is also announced, featuring various classes including a parent-child option and specific courses on digital/analog techniques and garage kits. The page also includes sections listing school information session schedules, nationwide contact details for Human Academy campuses, and tuition fee data for different courses. This page features the Kyoto Computer Gakuen, proudly stating its claim as Japan's first computer vocational school. The article highlights how the school's established tradition and cutting-edge equipment cultivate a strong desire to learn and provide an excellent curriculum. They emphasize producing skilled creators through practical education and boast a strong employment record built on societal trust. The piece details the school's various campuses and courses, including one specifically focused on game development within their computer amusement program. A prominent graduate, Hatai Ogata, is featured, sharing his experience and mentioning his work on the Game Boy camera, showcasing the caliber of professionals the school produces. The school also focuses on helping students acquire valuable qualifications, offering support and preparation for various exams, reinforcing their commitment to preparing students for successful careers in the tech industry. They mention having modern equipment installed to aid student learning across the different disciplines offered. This page continues the discussion on Kyoto Computer Gakuen, highlighting their focus on developing game creators with both deep technical knowledge and a broad perspective. The article notes how the evolution of consoles like the Dreamcast, Nintendo 64, and PlayStation demands not just programming skill, but also strong cultural and literary elements in game design. The school aims to cultivate versatile creators, emphasizing practical education guided by experienced graduates, and adapting to the changing times. The page also touches on the school's role in supporting the future of the amusement industry, detailing their educational approach, which includes various events and training opportunities. A featured professor, Kaoru Konishi, specializing in game development, shares his perspective on fostering creativity alongside solid technical abilities. The school boasts impressive practical training equipment, including a wide array of computers and specialized software for everything from 3D modeling and animation using tools like Lightwave and Softimage, to graphic design with Photoshop and Illustrator, and game development with various programming languages, and a PlayStation for game creation. Details are also provided for trial enrollment dates and tuition fees for the various campuses and courses offered. Finally, the page showcases a selection of student work in the Art File section, featuring examples of digital art, 3D modeling, and a map from a simulation game developed by students, demonstrating the practical skills acquired across different departments. This page features HAL Computer School, highlighting its facilities and curriculum across its Osaka and Nagoya campuses. The school emphasizes its unique merits, including Ministry of Education accreditation, which allows graduates to earn the specialist title. They focus on practical, industry-oriented education, covering a wide range of fields like game production, CG creation, multimedia, internet technology, and music. MAL boasts state-of-the-art equipment, including dedicated game development machines, professional workstations, and industry-standard software for 3D modeling, animation, graphics, and sound editing. Images show modern campus buildings, students engaged in computer work, and futuristic digital learning pods. The educational system is described as unique, offering personalized instruction, free use of computers late into the evening, and support for learning even without a home computer. The school's approach is to provide comprehensive training to prepare students for the competitive digital entertainment industry. HAL Computer School's Game Creator program offers unparalleled industry connections, featuring seminars led by top-tier instructors like Yoshiki Okamoto, Capcom, Resident Evil, Street Fighter. They emphasize the critical mindset for game development, including analyzing popular games and focusing on player enjoyment. HAL's special lecturers also include industry giants like Shigeru Miyamoto, Nintendo, Koichi Nakamura, Chunsoft, and Yukiharu Yokoyama, Atlas. HAL's Complete Employment Guarantee System promises a 100% professional employment rate, with free continued study if a student isn't hired by graduation. The school facilitates direct showcasing of student work to major game companies via the Employment Portfolio presentation. The HAL Gallery displays diverse student projects, demonstrating practical skills and creative output. They also provide systems and schedules for information sessions to reinforce student support. The next page features information about ECC Computer Technical School, presenting their approach to nurturing digital creators under the banner Digital Standard ECC. Unlike focusing solely on niche high technology, ECC emphasizes practical skills and knowledge widely applicable in the industry, cultivated in an environment close to industry standards. They highlight the importance of core skills like planning and teamwork, taught through a small group system that allows for personalized attention to student progress. The school aims to develop creators ready for the next digital standard. ECC offers several specialized courses to achieve this. The lineup includes the Game Creator course, full-time 2 years, which covers planning, design, programming, and multimedia aspects. There's also the Game Development Research course, full-time 3 years, the CG Animator course, full-time 2 years, and the CG Designer course, full-time 2 years. The page also lists upcoming school explanation sessions in November and December, mostly on Sundays and Saturdays. Contact information, including a toll-free number and address in Osaka, is provided for inquiries and applications. The background imagery features a futuristic robotic figure incorporating traditional symbols like the yin-yang, hinting at the blend of technology and creative artistry taught at the school. This page features an advertisement for KCE School, Konami's own creator training school, emphasizing its direct connection to the company and the success of its graduates. It highlights how students are quickly joining Konami development teams, with some early graduates being hired within a year. A notable point is the participation of KCE school students from the practical course in the development of the legendary title, Metal Gear Solid, specifically contributing to map creation and sound design. The page includes a screenshot from Metal Gear Solid and a photo of a graduate named Shimohei-kun, who became a pro at Konami and is working on 3D model programs. He shares insights about the difference between school and the workplace, stressing the importance of responsibility and teamwork. KCE School offers various programs including year-round enrollment in their preparatory course, night basic courses, and short-term courses like CG designer training and homepage design, catering to different needs and schedules. They also announce upcoming information sessions for prospective students. This page clearly positions KCE School as a direct pipeline into the game industry via Konami. This page features a vibrant advertisement for the Amusement Media Academy, a school dedicated to helping aspiring creators chase their dreams and become professionals in various media fields. The colorful visuals depict students interacting in a playful, game-like environment, reflecting the focus on creative industries. The Academy offers a wide range of full-time courses at both its Tokyo and Osaka campuses, including programs for game creators, CG artists, voice actors and talents, animators, comic artists, and even novel writers. They also offer shorter practical evening courses for specific skills, like voice acting. Applications for upcoming academic terms are currently being accepted, and the Academy welcomes inquiries for information materials or school tours. They also highlight their sponsorship of radio programs, connecting with potential students interested in media careers. It's clear this school is positioning itself as a place to gain the skills needed to break into diverse creative industries, not just games. This page features a vibrant advertisement for the Yoyogi Animation Academy, a prominent school in Japan focusing on creative industries. The main section promotes their programs for the April 1999 intake, highlighting courses in animation, CG graphics, skills definitely relevant to Saturn game development, voice acting, and publishing across numerous campuses nationwide. They proudly state a debut and employment rate exceeding 99% for their graduates, and are running a 10th anniversary campaign with a reduced entrance fee and a bonus. Separate from the Academy ad, the page also includes a promotion for the anime movie Chinese Ghost Story, Susin, based on the classic Hong Kong film, Togo. It announces a January roadshow for the film and a poster giveaway campaign. While not a SEGA Saturn game, this section features character screenshots from the movie and details its production as a 1997 Hong Kong-Japan co-production. This page features an advertisement for Vantan de New Intelligence College, a school focused on digital and computer fields, prominently featuring game development courses. The ad showcases testimonials from students like Sachiko Inomae and Kazumi Tukahara from the game program course, and Tomoaki Saito from the game design course, highlighting their positive experiences with practical lessons and instructors who are active industry professionals. The school emphasizes its strong connection to the industry through its Power Flow process, detailing its curriculum developed with industry partners, practical development environment, and small class sizes. They proudly state impressive employment rates, noting that many graduates have gone on to work at major game companies such as Atlus, Sony Computer Entertainment, Square, Namco, Konami, Capcom, Taito, GameArts, and others. The page lists various courses, including those specifically focused on game design, programming, graphics, sound, and development research, as well as digital product courses like CG design and computer animation, which are directly applicable to game production. It also provides an event schedule for November 1998, offering opportunities for prospective students to learn more. This seems like a solid place for aspiring developers to get the practical skills needed to break into the Japanese game scene. This page features two separate request postcards designed for readers to send in. The top one is an information request form directed to Vantan Computer Information College, likely for those interested in the various digital and game development courses highlighted in their advertisement. Below that is another information request postcard, this one addressed to SoftBank's Amusement Publishing Department. This serves a dual purpose as a reader questionnaire and a prize draw entry. By filling out their details and answering the questions, including occupation, readers could enter a lottery to win various items. The notable prizes include a Sakura Wars, 2 original art and setting material collection, programming books, 3D game programming tips, and ENSC language introduction, and a SoftBank special telephone card. It's a clever way for the publisher to gather reader data and promote their related merchandise and publications, offering a chance to win some cool game-related loot, like the Sakura Wars 2 art book. This page features a dual-purpose reader interaction form, presented as 2 separate postcards on a single page. The upper section serves as an information request dedicated to Vantan Intelligence College, allowing readers to select from a list of specialized schools focused on media, computer science, and game development fields to receive more details. The lower section is a questionnaire and prize draw entry postcard managed by SoftBank, the publisher. This allows readers to provide feedback on the magazine's coverage of schools, express their future career interests in the game industry, and indicate what specific information they'd like to see. By filling this out, they could be entered into a draw to win enticing prizes like a Sakura Wars 2 art book, programming guides for aspiring developers, or a SoftBank phone card. It's a smart way to engage the readership, gauge interest, and offer some cool incentives, like that sweet Sakura Wars 2 loot. This page features 2 detachable postcards, designed for readers to request information from educational institutions. The upper postcard is for Human Academy, allowing readers to request free pamphlets about their schools. It requires standard personal information like address, name, phone number, previous school, date of birth, gender, age, and occupation. This form is valid until July 15, 1999, and can be mailed without a stamp. The lower postcard is for ECC Computer College, and also serves as a request for free materials. It asks for current address, name, school name, last education, occupation, gender, age, and phone number. This section also includes checkboxes to indicate the reader's current status, such as high school year, university student, working adult, and so on. This form is valid until May 1, 1999. The postcard encourages readers to fill out a questionnaire on the reverse side, likely to gather feedback for the magazine, and potentially enter them into a draw, similar to other reader participation pages. Both postcards are postage paid by the recipient. This page is the reverse side of the ECC Computer College Information Request postcard from the previous turn, featuring a questionnaire designed to gather more details about the reader's interests. It asks how the reader learned about ECC Computer College, providing various options like TV ads, game magazines, newspapers, friends, or school guidance. The questionnaire then delves into what aspects of the school the reader is most interested in, offering checkboxes for items such as digital arts software like Softimage 3D, Lightwave, and Shade, as well as specific programs like CG design contests and game plan contests. It also highlights features like small class sizes, employment support, practical training, the convenient Osaka Maeda campus location, the large student body, and the unique student system. Additional questions ask about the newspapers and magazines the reader typically reads, their activities after school, and, notably, which game has had a significant impact on their life, asking for both the game title and the company. Finally, there's space for the reader to pose any questions they have for the school. This questionnaire helps ECC tailor the information they send out and understand the interests of potential students, clearly targeting those interested in digital arts and game development careers. This page features the 5th installment of the Creator Biographies series, focusing on the influential game creator Uji Hiroi. The article celebrates his impact on the game industry, particularly on Sega hardware. It highlights how the advent of CLUDROM technology years prior opened up new creative possibilities, which Hiroi embraced. Games like Far East of Eden are mentioned as examples of his pioneering work that helped define a new era. The piece describes him as a dream chaser who wasn't confined by genre, pursuing his vision to create unique worlds, exemplified by the creation of Sakura Wars. The article delves into his secrets and achievements, portraying him as a key figure in bringing exciting content to Sega's platforms. This page features the 5th installment of the popular Creator Biography series, focusing on the influential Uji Hiroi. The article provides a biographical sketch detailing his birth in Tokyo, his unique upbringing in a large family, his education path including dropping out of university, and his early career working on diverse projects from TV commercials to product planning before becoming a recognized creator. It highlights his involvement in popular series like Spirit Hero Wataru and Legend of Heavenly Armored Warriors Ziria. The feature then delves into Hiroi's childhood, where he describes himself as a mischievous boy fascinated by manga, movies, and television. He recounts growing up in a lively district, with the sounds of shamisen and the excitement of crowded streets. He admits to being a picky eater but enjoyed playing pranks and exploring. Hiroi shares his enduring love for movies and the unique atmosphere of the cinema, which he uses as an escape. He reflects on his parents' influence, noting that he didn't live with them much as a child, suggesting this independence and need to find his own fun through things like drawing and friends might have contributed to his creative path. This page continues the biography of legendary creator Uji Hiroi. The article delves into his student years, highlighting how attending Rikyo School, despite his academic struggles, helped shape him by encouraging him to engage with diverse experiences, which he describes as like sparring with other styles and absorbing various things. He recounts doing part-time jobs from middle school onwards, including delivering postcards and installing coolers, using the money earned for activities and fun with friends, like throwing parties. He discusses the significant cultural shift he experienced upon entering high school in the 1970s, where rock music and independent cinema, particularly 8mm film, became major influences. He mentions watching films and being particularly influenced by figures like Shuji Terayama. This exposure to counterculture and independent art forms clearly played a role in his later creative endeavors. Hiroi also shares a humorous anecdote about being forced into an old-style swimming club in elementary school because he was a picky eater. The page also includes private photographs from his childhood, featuring images he describes as representing early influences or memories, such as figures resembling a strange doll's head and moonlight mask, reflecting his fascination with unique visuals and characters from a young age. Uji Hiroi's journey continues, chronicling his post-university experiences. He supported himself through various part-time jobs, considering this period crucial for life lessons. He met Liu Sen, a contact who opened doors to film distribution and other fields, broadening his horizons. Hiroi's interest in the strategy game Nobunaga's Ambition led him to computers and a career in game development. The page highlights his major works collection, showcasing his significant game contributions across multiple platforms. It details his involvement in series like Far East of Eden and Sakura Wars, emphasizing his roles in planning, direction, and production. These games, featuring rich narratives and worlds, reflect his creative drive and the burying broken history concept. The page includes visuals of his iconic game art and screenshots. This page delves further into the life and creative process of Uji Hiroi, continuing the creator biography. It touches on his early gaming experiences, including time spent with PC-98 and Famicom titles, and how these shaped his perspective. Hiroi shares his philosophy on world building, describing it as burying a broken map, a concept seemingly tied to his method of incorporating and reinterpreting history in his works. A dedicated section reveals the origin of his famous pen name, Uji, Prince, humorously linked to a line from the classic RPG Dragon Quest, and explains the story behind his trademark sunglasses, sourced from a specific shop known for its quality eyewear. The page then showcases several significant games he was involved with. Featured titles include the adventure RPG Gulliver Boy, the SEGA Saturn entry in the acclaimed Far East of Eden series, the Apocalypse IV, and the immensely popular Sakura Wars and its sequel, Sakura Wars 2, Thou Shalt Not Die, highlighting their blend of musical theater and strategic gameplay. Also presented are Mars Story, an RPG connected to a radio show, and Kita Hi, White Illumination, a travel-themed communication game set in Hokkaido, hinting at romantic elements. These examples underscore Hiroi's diverse contributions across genres and platforms, solidifying his reputation as a prolific game creator. This page continues the insightful look into the mind of game creator Uji Hiroi. The feature highlights his current projects and future aspirations, offering a glimpse into the creative process behind some of Sega Saturn's most beloved titles. A major focus is placed on the development of Sakura Wars 3, which is stated to be under careful, long-term construction, with a planned development period of 2 full years from conception starting in the summer. Hiroi also discusses his desire to create works set across the Meiji, Taisho, and Showa eras, mentioning an OVA project and a return to a boy adventurer series in the future. He reflects on the evolution of the game industry since the advent of Creedroms a decade prior, noting its significant growth and societal recognition. Hiroi emphasizes the creator's life as a survival of the fittest environment, where success hinges on ideas and performance. He also shares his future dreams, including extended vacations and supporting others in achieving their goals. The segment concludes with a powerful message for aspiring creators, stressing the importance of emotion and sensitivity as fundamental qualities. The page features striking images of Hiroi, including one where he is seen smiling enthusiastically with a large figure of Sakura Shinguji from Sakura Wars in the background, underscoring his connection to the series. The overall theme revolves around the pursuit of dreams, alongside technological advancement in the creative world. This page announces the exciting Dreamcast Partner Shop campaign, where players could secure their console reservation ahead of the November 27th release date. Starting on October 20th, nationwide reservations were accepted at designated partner shops. As a special bonus for reserving, customers received a limited edition Yukawasan strap upon purchasing the console. The Dreamcast system itself was priced at a competitive 29,800 yen, excluding tax, with the visual memory unit sold separately. Sega highlighted their support center for any inquiries regarding the campaign or the console itself. While stock was noted as limited for the strap, and availability on release day wasn't guaranteed without a reservation, this campaign was the key way to get your hands on the revolutionary new hardware. The page also includes an extensive list of these partner shops across various regions of Japan, ensuring fans knew exactly where to go. This page continues the exciting announcement of the Dreamcast Partner Shop campaign, following up on the reservation details from the previous spread. This section is dedicated to providing potential buyers with a comprehensive list of the designated partner shops located throughout various prefectures in Japan. It serves as the essential guide for fans eager to pre-order the revolutionary Dreamcast console and secure their limited edition reservation bonus. The page is simply a detailed directory, listing shops by prefecture, including their names and phone numbers, making it easy for customers across the country to find a location near them to participate in the campaign and get their console reservations sorted. It's a purely practical page, crucial for the rollout of the new hardware, showing the widespread network Sega had established for the launch. This page continues the comprehensive list of Dreamcast partner shops across Japan. Following on from the previous page, this section details locations in Ibaraki, Gunma, Saitama, and Tochigi prefectures, providing names and phone numbers for customers to contact for Dreamcast console reservations. This page continues the directory of Dreamcast partner shops, listing locations and contact information for stores across Chiba and Tokyo. This page continues the comprehensive list of Dreamcast partner shops, detailing locations and contact information. The page concludes the listings for Chiba Prefecture, before moving on to a detailed directory for Kanagawa Prefecture, covering numerous cities and districts like Yokohama, Kawasaki, Fujisawa, Sagamihara, and others, providing store names and phone numbers for each location. This page continues the directory of Dreamcast partner shops, providing essential information for gamers looking to purchase the console and software. Following on from the previous listings, this page covers locations across Kanagawa Prefecture, detailing numerous stores in various cities including Yokohama, Kawasaki, Fujisawa, Sagamihara, and more. It then moves on to list partner shops in the prefectures of Yamanashi, Nagano, and Niigata, providing store names and contact phone numbers for convenient reference. This comprehensive list ensures players knew exactly where to go to get their hands on the latest Dreamcast releases. This page continues the comprehensive Dreamcast partner shop directory, essential for anyone looking to dive into Sega's final console generation. Following on from the previous regional listings, this section covers shops in several key prefectures across Japan. You'll find extensive listings for Ishikawa, Toyama, Fukui, Gifu, and Shizuoka prefectures, detailing numerous retail locations. For each prefecture, the page breaks down the listings by city, providing the names of the partner shops and their contact phone numbers. It's a crucial resource, ensuring gamers knew exactly where they could go to pick up the latest Dreamcast hardware and software releases right as they launched. This level of detailed geographical coverage was vital for building the Dreamcast's presence across the country. This page continues the essential Dreamcast partner shop directory, shifting focus to the prefectures of Akuchi and Mie. It provides gamers with a comprehensive list of retail locations across various cities in these regions. Each entry includes the shop name and a contact phone number, serving as a vital resource for finding where to purchase Dreamcast hardware and software right from launch. This detailed listing was key to establishing Sega's retail footprint for their final console in these important prefectures. There are no game screenshots, character art, or specific game titles featured on this directory page. This page continues the Dreamcast partner shop directory, detailing retail locations across Shiga, Kyoto, and Osaka prefectures. Gamers in these key regions could use this comprehensive list, broken down by prefecture and often further by city or ward, to find where to purchase the latest Dreamcast hardware and software. Each entry provides the shop name and its contact number, serving as an essential resource for establishing the Dreamcast's presence in the market. As a directory page, it focuses solely on providing store information and does not feature any game screenshots, character art, or specific game titles. This page continues the comprehensive directory of Dreamcast partner shops, providing essential contact information and locations for stores within the Hyogo, Nara, and Wakayama prefectures, helping players find where to get their hands on Dreamcast consoles and software. This page continues the directory of Dreamcast partner shops, listing stores, and contact information for prefectures, including Tottori, Shimane, Okayama, Hiroshima, Yamaguchi, Tokushima, Kagawa, Ehime, Kochi, and Fukuoka. This page continues the directory of Dreamcast partner shops, listing stores, and contact information for prefectures across Kyushu and Okinawa. The list includes Saga, Nagasaki, Kumamoto, Oita, Miyazaki, Kagoshima, and Okinawa, and is current as of October 7, 1998. This page celebrates the success of SoftBank's Sega official series of strategy guides and books, marking 2.5 million copies sold with a special campaign running from September to November 1998. Readers who purchased any eligible book from the series could apply to win one of 3 prizes. The top prize is the Atsumete Godzilla Kaiju Daishugo handheld game, featuring the iconic monster. Also up for grabs are Puyo Puyo and Madu Monogatari card collections, and special limited edition telephone cards. The page lists several eligible books, including guides for major titles such as Cyber Troopers, Virtualon Oratorio Tangram, Sakura Wars 2, Virtua Striker 2 Ver 98, and the highly anticipated Shining Force 2 I Scenario 3. This was a fantastic promotional effort, giving players extra incentive to pick up these comprehensive guides for Sega's top-tier games. This page is a vibrant advertisement for the SEGA Saturn visual novel Ruriro no Yuki, Lapis Lazuli-Colored Snow, developed by Kid. It prominently features a large, beautiful anime-style illustration of the game's main female character, dressed in a purple kimono, reaching out towards falling snow or light particles. The page announces the game's first press edition, scheduled for release in December 1998, with an estimated price of 6,800 yen. It is clearly marked with an 18-plus age restriction. A key highlight is the reservation campaign, offering a special original photo stand clip as a bonus for pre-ordering the game by the deadline of December 26, 1998. The poetic vertical text, "Putting feelings onto a single flake of snow," accompanies the title, hinting at the game's narrative theme. This looks like a standard, yet attractive, promotional spread for a latter-era Saturn visual novel targeting a mature audience. This page showcases 6-Inch My Darling, a charming visual novel or adventure game from Kid. The artwork features 3 distinct anime-style characters interacting in a large-scale world, depicted with oversized writing tools like a pen and crayons. The narrative centers around 3 tiny girls, etc., Pim and Minty, who appear from a mysterious wooden box. By spending 15 days with them and building trust and understanding, they supposedly gain the ability to become humans. Scheduled for release in December 1998, with an estimated price of 5,800 yen, the game features a notable voice cast including Omi Minami, Akiko Hiramatsu, and Yuka Imai. As a pre-order incentive, players could receive a set of 3 original pin badges by reserving the game before the January 16, 1999 deadline. This looks like another engaging title from Kid, following their tradition of character-focused narrative experiences on the Saturn. This page is the dynamic cover of the first issue of Weekly Dreamcast magazine. It features a prominent image of Ryo Hazuki, the iconic protagonist from the upcoming Dreamcast title, Shenmue, set against an intense, fiery backdrop. The cover proudly announces the magazine's launch date as November 6th, with an estimated price of 420 yen. It clearly states that this publication is the rebirth and power-up of the highly regarded SEGA Saturn magazine, now shifting its focus entirely to Sega's next-generation gaming machine, the Dreamcast. The magazine promises to deliver all the latest Dreamcast information every Friday. This cover signals a bold new era for the publication, moving from the Saturn's legacy to the innovative future of the Dreamcast. This page features promotions for 2 essential books for fans of the classic Sega Saturn title, Sakura Wars 2. First up is the Sakura Wars 2 Complete Strategy Guide. Billed as a comprehensive guide to tackling every possibility in the game, it offers detailed character-specific strategies, a story digest, combat tips, and extensive data. Presented in a 5 format, this substantial guide boasts 464 full-color pages and was priced at 1,800 yen. The accompanying artwork shows the main cast from the game. Below it is the Sakura Wars 2 original art and setting materials collection. This book serves as a visual compendium, gathering original art, character designs, setting materials, movie storyboards, and game CG from the game. It also includes interviews with the game's cast and staff. This collection is larger, in a 4 format with 160 pages, priced at 2,000 yen. The artwork features a close-up of the heroine, Sakura Shinguji, and it promises bonus items like a poster and a mini theater model. Both books were available at the time of this publication. This page showcases Virtual Call S for the Sega Saturn, a beautiful girl love simulation game. The vibrant artwork features 2 key anime-style female characters, one with pink hair holding a sword, and the other with blue hair, depicted in a close, friendly embrace. A prominent feature highlighted for the initial limited edition is the Sweet Voice bonus. This allows the game characters to call the player by name, offering personalized voice lines for over 300 common names, plus an additional 50, delivered with different emotional nuances like happiness, sadness, and surprise. The page lists the game's planned release date as October 29th. It notes the game is rated 18+ due to its content. The limited edition, which includes the special voice feature, comes on 2 discs and is priced at 6,800 yen, excluding tax, while the standard edition is a single disc priced at 6,300 yen, excluding tax. The overall presentation emphasizes connecting feelings and delivering them, fitting for a dating simulation title. This page features the manga series Game Machine Yumeko by artist Junko Mizuno, presented as the 38th installment in her adventure. The comic tells the story of an old man and woman who discover a large box floating down the river. Upon opening it, they find Game Machine Yumeko, who introduces herself as a game machine in training, eager to be played. She even mentions having plenty of software. However, the couple misunderstands her intention, believing she is a beautiful girl to be admired and kept as a family treasure. Dejected because a game machine must be played to become complete, Yumeko decides she must leave the old couple's home and find younger people to play with. The bottom of the page includes a profile for Junko Mizuno, stating she was born in Tokyo in 1973 and debuted in 1996. Her work, including her book Pure Trance, is highlighted for its unique style and humor, even receiving praise from notable artists. This page focuses on the Chunsoft sound novel, Machi Town, featuring the 21st installment of the Street Message Board series. Key content includes a direct interview with the company president discussing the PlayStation port of Machi and the potential sequel, Machi 2, which the page excitedly declares is finally moving forward. The section includes reader feedback and staff comments under Free Talk and The Word, sharing impressions of the game's memorable scenes and posing questions about the sequel's features, such as character interactions and story elements. There's even a speculative section with manga illustrations depicting humorous ideas for Machi 2. A prominent feature on the page is dedicated to teaching readers about actor Dai Kanai, including his profile with his real name, age, an extensive list of film and television credits, suggesting his notable participation in Machi. The page also includes a quirky drawing of a character with a Dreamcast logo tattooed on his back, adding a touch of humor related to the game's context. This page continues the deep dive into Chunsoft's sound novel, Machi Town, building on the previous page's discussion about the game's future. The top section is a reader gallery called Gallery Doganzaka, showcasing various manga-style artwork submissions, including characters from the game. Below this, an announcement recruits postcards for a new corner, likely related to reader feedback or fan art. A section titled, Fell in Love with That Expression, features reader comments highlighting memorable character expressions and moments from Machi, showing the impact of the game's visual style. The main focus is a special feature where Koichi Nakamura, the president of Chunsoft, discusses the future of the Machi series, specifically addressing the sequel, Machi 2. Accompanied by a photo of Mr. Nakamura, the interview touches upon the development status of Machi 2, the potential return of actors from the first game, and comparisons between the original Saturn version and the PlayStation port, including the reasoning behind features like the silhouette mode. He also addresses Saturn users, expressing hope they will enjoy the PS port and support the upcoming Machi 2, which is heavily implied to be coming to the Dreamcast. The page also includes a call for reader submissions and an announcement that this specific corner will continue in Dorimaga, Dreamcast magazine, signaling a shift in the magazine's focus or format. This page features the latest installment, Volume 11, of composer Noriyuki Iwadere's column, Come On Everybody. Iwadere focuses this week on his recent work for the Tokyo Disneyland Christmas Parade music, noting that he's been doing a lot of Disney-related projects lately, and hopes to get back to talking about games soon. He recounts the recording process for the 15th anniversary parade music, which took place at ICC Studio, a location he remembers fondly from recording titles like Graduation 2 and Graduation CD Book. He describes the unique challenge of blending genres like Latin, Christmas, and house music for the parade, and highlights the powerful performance of Eric Miyashiro's brass team. The recordings also included voice work for Disney characters such as Mickey, Minnie, Goofy, Chip and Dale, along with live guitar and percussion. A featured item this week is the Tokyo Disneyland 15th Anniversary Music, 2 Candelas, containing music from Disney's appearances at festivals across Japan and the parade. Iwadere praises the album's quality, noting it captures the fun atmosphere of the recordings and features musicians like Soul San on drums. In the equipment spotlight, Iwadere talks about the Korg DSM-1 sampler. While not used much now, he explains its crucial role in Mega Drive development for handling PCM sound sources, working alongside software like Imagine, and how it, along with other samplers and synthesizers, was essential for creating the necessary sounds, being a precursor to the famous Korg M1. This page is an advertisement for ZDNet Japan's GameSpot website, promoting it as a free online source for the latest game industry information. It highlights the site's structure with sections like News, Event, Column, Special, and link. The news section promises the earliest and most in-depth coverage of anticipated hardware like the Dreamcast, and introduces new titles, including those for PDAS, referring to devices like Pocket Station. It specifically calls out the burgeoning portable game competition between Game Boy, Neo Geo Pocket, and WonderSwan. It also covers the latest domestic and international Windows game news. The events section reports on major game-related happenings such as the Tokyo Game Show and Amusement Machine Show, emphasizing the site's speed in delivering information. The column section features seasoned writers offering insights into Japanese games, covering industry trends, game history, and merchandise. The special section provides focused features on big game titles and interviews with game creators, offering details not found in traditional media. The link section serves as a gateway to around 300 game maker homepages, useful for general web browsing. A screenshot fragment from the website shows recent updates mentioning titles and platforms like the PlayStation dating RPG Sonata by T&E Soft, Saikyo's shooting games alongside SEGA Saturn titles, Pocket Station content, Game Boy games from Bomberman to new RPGs, and the continued popularity of Tetris on platforms like Nintendo 64 and Game Boy. The site is presented by SoftBank's Digital Media Publishing Bureau. SoftBank published official strategy guides for SEGA Saturn games, emphasizing their reliability. 3 guides are highlighted. The first is for Dragon Force 2, a 144-page, a 5-sized guide costing 1,200 yen that covers events, characters, battle systems, internal affairs, and item lists. Next is the 144-page, a 5-sized guide for Shining Force 2i, Scenario 2. Child of Ruin, priced at 950 yen. It provides map data, hidden item locations, and enemy details. Finally, the guide for Multi-Lancer Reinforce, Saturn version, is 112 pages, full color, a 5-sized, and priced at 1,400 yen. It includes information on battle changes, interviews, and trading cards. These guides provide detailed support for these SEGA Saturn titles. SoftBank has released 2 new strategy guides for the SEGA Saturn, upholding their reputation for comprehensive gamebooks. The first is the Super Robot Wars V Complete Story Perfect Guide, a 296-page, full-color guide priced at 1,400 yen. It offers a complete strategy for the crossover title, featuring mechs like Gundam and Mazinger Z, detailing enemy encounters and the game's plot. The second guide is for Mobile Suit Gundam, Giran's Greed. This 168-page, 1,200 yen guide provides detailed maps, event guides, character introductions, and weapon development info. It covers all aspects of the strategic simulation, including hidden modes and event triggers. Both guides aim to provide players with in-depth support for these complex SEGA Saturn games. This page is the reader survey postcard included in the magazine. It explains how to fill out the survey to provide feedback to the editorial team and potentially enter a prize drawing. Readers are asked about their gender, age, occupation, and what computer game magazines they read. The survey also inquires about their opinion on the current issue's cover, how often they submit the survey, and their thoughts on the price of the upcoming Dreamcast console. Importantly, it asks readers to list hardware and SEGA Saturn and Dreamcast software they currently own or plan to purchase, referencing numbered lists provided on the page. These lists cover a wide range of hardware and games released or planned for the SEGA Saturn and Dreamcast platforms. This page features a vibrant advertisement for the SEGA Saturn game Etude Prologue. The artwork showcases 2 prominent anime-style characters, a young man and woman, both appearing to be high school students, suggesting the game is likely a visual novel or simulation game set in a school environment. The main title, Etude Prologue, is presented alongside the evocative subtitle, The Shape of a Wavering Heart, hinting at a story focused on romance or personal emotional growth. The advertisement provides key details about the game's release and promotional efforts. It lists purchase benefits, including original posters and retailer-exclusive items, and details a special lottery campaign offering an art book and poster to lucky winners. The game's price is noted as 5,800 yen before tax, with a scheduled release date of November 26th. The ad also highlights related merchandise, such as a music CD and trading cards, already available for purchase, and announces upcoming release events featuring the game's voice cast, set to take place in Osaka and Akihabara softmap stores on November 28th and 29th. This page effectively promotes the game and its associated media and events leading up to its release. This page features an advertisement for the Dreamcast game, Seventh Cross Evolution of Life. The main image shows a powerful, armored creature standing in a dynamic pose against a backdrop of a swirling nebula or sky. The game is described as a biological evolution simulation, RPG, utilizing the latest neurotechnology, SOM, which stands for artificial life. The text highlights the game's visual expression on the Dreamcast and emphasizes a survival experience centered around the world and evolution left to the player. Smaller screenshots showcase various elements, including grotesque creatures, a tranquil water environment with creatures, and a grid interface that appears to be related to the SOM system or character customization. The ad lists NEC Home Electronics as the publisher and features the atypical Alchemist's Associate logo. A website address for more information is also provided. This seems to be a deep dive into creature customization and survival mechanics on the new Dreamcast hardware. This page features an advertisement for the unique Dreamcast title, Sengoku Turbo. Described as an advanced action role-playing adventure, the game showcases a distinct low-polygon art style, prominently featuring the main character, a girl named Gino-chan, with mismatched eyes and spiky accessories. The ad highlights a surreal and mysterious Turbo world and a setting on Rayon Planet, where Gino-chan, a lonely girl wandering the universe, unfolds her story. A key element mentioned is a battle of a million polygons pitting cats against sheep, suggesting a quirky conflict at the core of the gameplay. Screenshots provide glimpses into the game's colorful environments and characters involved in this unusual universe. The vertical text offers intriguing mottos like, "If you do as you like, both love and courage," and the ad concludes with the simple phrase, "This is fine." The game was developed by QNEP Company Limited and published by NEC Home Electronics. It promises an experience unlike typical RPGs of the era. This page is an advertisement for Falcom Classics 2 on the SEGA Saturn, released on October 29, 1998. It brings together two classic Falcom titles, YS2 and Azteca 2, Templo del Sol, in one package. YS2 is presented as the direct continuation and conclusion to the original YS, noted for its compelling scenario and beloved characters. Azteca 2, subtitled Taiyu no Shinden here, is described as a mystery adventure game featuring an icon system and beautiful CG visuals. The Sega Saturn release leverages the console's power with arrangements that include enhanced graphics and BGM, as well as adding movies for the YS2 opening and ending, and voice acting for in-game events and dialogue. The game was released in two versions, a premium limited edition that included a music CD and digital extras, and a standard special edition. There was also a lottery giveaway for original YS character telephone cards. This compilation offered a chance to experience these classic PC games with a Saturn-specific polish. This page highlights the versatility of the Sega Saturn with the twin operator accessory, allowing users to enjoy video crids and photo crids. It specifically promotes the twin operator 3rd anniversary special pack. With this attachment, your Saturn transforms into a multimedia player, capable of playing approximately 3,000 titles of anime, movies, music, and karaoke, available on video CD. It also enables playback of MPEG-compliant game software with stunning visuals. Additionally, the page features Falcom Classics, the highly acclaimed compilation series. It mentions that the first Falcom Classics game is now available as part of the Budget SATURN line. Loading save data from the YS title included in the first Falcom Classics into Falcom Classics 2 unlocks voice-acted events for certain YS scenes, which is a neat bonus for fans of the series. To celebrate, there's a giveaway where 100 lucky winners can receive a special Falcom Classics telephone card by purchasing and applying by December 31st. This page showcases an essential reference book for fans of Super Robot Wars FEF, and its conclusion, Super Robot Wars FEF Final Chapter, both landmark titles on the Sega Saturn. Titled The Perfect Reference, this large 440-page volume promises to contain everything needed to master both games, which are renowned for their deep strategy and massive crossover roster of iconic mecha. The book includes comprehensive guides like map strategies complete with event flowcharts, detailed data for every pilot and unit, and even a list of Spirit Command combinations for optimal tactical advantage. It specifically highlights the path to unlocking 100% completion of the Pilot and Unit Encyclopedia, a goal many dedicated players strive for. Furthermore, it covers hidden elements previously not detailed elsewhere, and includes original content unique to this publication. Released in mid-November 1998, this guide was clearly indispensable for navigating the challenging scenarios and intricate systems of these beloved mecha strategy RPGs. The visuals feature vibrant illustrations of numerous super-deformed robots from the series, including fan favorites from Gundam, Evangelion, and classic mecha shows, reflecting the exciting crossover nature of Super Robot Wars. This page serves as the table of contents or index for this issue of SEGA Saturn Press, guiding readers through the featured articles. It highlights various sections, including a special report promising exclusive information on anticipated titles like Sakura Wars, Taigeki Graph, and Virtuacolis, along with features on Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter and winning Post-3 Program 98. The Coming Soon section focuses on upcoming releases, picking out games like Real Mahjong Adventure, To the Sea Summer Waltz, Sagata Sanshiro Shinken Yugi, and titles such as Shizen, Season, and Neon Genesis Evangelion. There's also a new release title section, swiftly delivering info on fresh games, mentioning titles like Nanatsu Kaze no Shima Monogatari, Nanatsu Kaze no Sekira, which seems to be the game the illustration is from, judging by the character design, and Yoshimoto Mahjong Club. Finally, the complete guide section is geared towards dedicated players, offering in-depth strategies and data for conquering games. This includes guides for Pia-EU Koso 2, Kidu Senkan na Desiko, The Blank of 3 Years, Shining Force 2, I Scenario 3, Hyuheki no Joshin, Strikers 1945-2, Steam Hearts, and Densha de Go. X page is visually anchored by a large, serene illustration of a character in traditional Japanese attire, likely from one of the games featured in the guide section, adding an artistic touch to the informative layout. This looks like a packed issue covering a wide range of genres. This page is dedicated to the upcoming release of Sakura Wars Taigeki Graph, presented as a Christmas gift from the Flower Division. This Taigeki Graph title, praised even before release, had a playable demo at the Tokyo Game Show that gathered a lot of attention. The page checks out the content of the Tokyo Game Show version, noting that only a part of the full game was available to experience. It promises more details on hidden features and minigames later. There's a special report featuring screenshots from the Taigeki Setting Collection mode. This mode seems to be a database providing visual information on characters, buildings, weapons, and other terminology from the Sakura Wars universe, described as a must-see for fans. An example character profile for Iris is shown. Furthermore, the page reveals details about the Taigeki Military Shogi minigame included in Taigeki Graph. It explains that unlike traditional shogi, this version features Sakura Wars characters as pieces and has unique Flower Division special rules. Victory is determined by unit strength, with the squad leader being the strongest. A key rule highlights that the player's chosen heroine gains the same combat strength as the squad leader when positioned next to them. Screenshots show the game board and character selection interface. The bottom banner teases a larger 6-page special feature starting on page 17, focusing on Christmas Miracle Bell information. The game is slated for release on December 3rd. This page dives deeper into the Sakura Wars Taigeki Graph, focusing on the special Sleeping Beauty of the Forest performance mode, which was teased previously. It details 3 key gameplay aspects. First is the free movement within the Imperial Theater, allowing players to explore and interact with the Flower Division members, leading to minigame challenges. Second are the minigames themselves, highlighted by a rhythm-based piano game, where hitting the right notes at the correct time is crucial for success, influencing character reactions. Finally, the page reveals that the player's performance in minigames and their choices in the lip system will actually affect the casting and staging of the special performance, a truly unique feature. The page also provides more insight into the Taigeki Military Shogi minigame. This isn't standard shogi, it's a strategic board game using Sakura Wars characters as pieces. The goal is either to capture the opponent's general or occupy their base. The strength of your pieces determines outcomes in combat. A key Flower Division rule is highlighted. Placing your chosen heroine next to the squad leader piece boosts her combat power significantly, making her a formidable piece. The gameplay involves observing the opponent's setup and using stronger pieces and special attacks to break through their defenses and reach the enemy general. Although the enemy general cannot be defeated directly by Okagami or Yoneda, it emphasizes the tactical depth and the thrill of figuring out the enemy's strategy. This page features a strategy guide for the dating simulation game Virtual Call S. The main headline boasts a simultaneous capture strategy for the game's 6 main characters. A special report box provides key details about the game itself, noting it's developed by Kid, supports peripherals like the shuttle mouse and multi-controller, is a romance simulation recommended for ages 18 and up, and mentions release dates and pricing for both standard and limited editions. The text explains that the player is guided by the character Windy, whose role is to support the player in managing conversations with up to 3 girls simultaneously. The core gameplay involves deepening relationships with favored characters through dialogue and dates, aiming to unlock all the game's events CGS. This guide specifically focuses on an efficient flow to conquer all 6 main heroines concurrently, highlighting the importance of player choices and actions in triggering specific events necessary for progression and unlocking CGS. The guide also includes important notes from Windy, advising players on how to interpret the strategy charts and emphasizing that correct choices are crucial for events to occur, warning that simply proceeding might not yield all results. Screenshots showcase typical gameplay scenes with character portraits and dialogue options, illustrating the interactive nature of the game. This flowchart guides players through the dating sim Virtual Call S, optimizing interactions with multiple heroines. The left side details actions like meeting Kaimi, using the VC system, and making phone calls to influence date outcomes. Specific steps include listening to voicemails, arranging dates, and progressing through key events. The right side provides tactical points. For Kaimi, calling at step 5 leads to a school visit, while not calling results in a Wonder police date. After a Makoka concert date, a park visit is recommended. The best first date location for Luliato is the movie theater. Ignoring Arisana's voicemail after a chance encounter is crucial. Remi's first date involves a department store search and an encounter with Luliato, where the next date should be scheduled. The guide uses screenshots of interactions and scenes to illustrate these points. Quote, "This page continues the strategic flowchart for the dating simulation game, Virtual Call S. On the left, we see the progression of events from step 16 to 32, following the choices from the previous page. This section details ditching Ruriato for a second date with Madoka, subsequent phone calls with Ruriato and Arisana, a VC session with Madoka featuring the appearance of Priscilla, and dates with Kaimi, Arisana, and Miyako. It also outlines important phone calls related to setting up these dates and handling voicemails. The points sections on the right offer insights into these key moments. Point 16 discusses the difficult but necessary decision to skip Ruriato's date for Madoka, highlighting the resulting date and a fun trip to buy swimsuits and go to the beach with Madoka. Point 17 confirms Ruriato's anger over being stood up, emphasizing the need for follow-up. Point 21 touches on the deepening relationship with Madoka after a memorable experience, stressing the importance of keeping up communication. Point 23, 24, 25 covers receiving and eventually responding to persistent calls from Ruriato after ignoring them, leading to finally setting up a date. Lastly, point 26 details the first meeting with Miyako at a cafe, where a date is immediately promised, and a subsequent chance encounter with Arisana while she's searching for cosplay parts, also resulting in setting up a date. This guide clearly maps out a path to manage relationships with multiple heroines, showcasing the consequences of choices and the strategic timing of communication. The next page continues the strategic guide for Virtual Call S, picking up the flowchart from step 3.3. This section details a path focusing on key interactions with multiple heroines, leading towards an ending. The flowchart outlines steps involving virtual calls and dates with Ruriato, Miyako, Madoka, Arisana, and Kotono, including specific scenarios like setting up dates via phone calls and handling voicemails. The points sections highlight crucial moments. Point 34 focuses on the second date with Miyako, involving a trip to the pool and then shopping for accessories. Point 38 details a stress relief session for Kaimi post-exams, which includes a beach visit that culminates in a tender moment and kiss after the protagonist collapses from fatigue. Point 39 describes a dramatic scene with Kaimi standing in the rain outside the protagonist's mansion, appearing distressed, leading to a pivotal final choice in her route. An Ask This Guy panel suggests consulting the character Tsukasaji Koji via virtual call if you are unsure how to proceed beyond the highlighted points, noting he is a source of information, especially after Event 19. There's also a panel of ear information mentioning secret phone numbers within the game, including specific numbers like 0000000 and 54,406,188, and hinting at others, plus numbers to access the game's opening and ending songs via a sound test mode. This page clearly maps out a complex set of interactions and choices necessary to progress towards one of the game's endings. This page dives deep into Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter, announcing the curtain is rising on this epic battle. It prominently features the game's logo and several action-packed screenshots showing off characters like Wolverine, Spider-Man, Ryu, and Chun-Li duking it out with flashy special moves. The key focus appears to be on the fearsome final boss, Mechakuma, called Mech Guki in Japan. The text describes him as a powerful, modified human who is the strongest fighter awaiting players in both arcade mode and survival mode. His strength is likened to that of a demon. A highlight for the Saturn version specifically is the ability to face Mechakuma in survival mode, with a tease that something extra happens when you clear it. Furthermore, it reveals that Mechakuma can become a playable character under certain conditions. He's described as a worthy fighter, with devastating special moves and high mobility, although he has the limitation of not being able to perform tag team maneuvers. The page strongly emphasizes Mechakuma as the ultimate form of the character known as He Who Has Attained the Fist, Akuma. Release details are also provided. The game is from Capcom, released on October 22nd. It cost 5,800 yen for the software alone, or 7,800 yen when bundled with the required 4 MB expansion RAM cartridge. The page makes it clear that this 4 MB RAM cartridge is essential to play. This page provides a thorough analysis of the core systems in Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter. It delves into the unique mechanics that define the game's fast-paced tag team action. The analysis starts with the dash system, explaining its vectorial nature and importance for both movement and extending offense by maintaining close proximity after attacks. Several screenshots show characters like Captain America and Ryu performing dashes on the ground and in the air, illustrating the concepts discussed. Next, it covers the variable counter, a defensive technique allowing players to tag in their partner with a counterattack using the hyper combo gauge. Screenshots demonstrate successful, nice, and unsuccessful, bad, uses of this technique, highlighting the crucial timing involved and the potential for punishment if mistimed. The variable attack is also detailed, described as a high-risk, high-rinward move where a character tags in with an attack. The text emphasizes its double-edged nature, explaining the danger of being left wide open if the attack is guarded, but also its effectiveness when used against vulnerable opponents, as shown in accompanying screenshots featuring Spider-Man and Zangief. The page also lists other topics planned for analysis, including proper combo inputs, effective use of variable assist attacks, and even details on secret character techniques, suggesting a comprehensive guide to mastering the game's systems. This page continues the detailed analysis of Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter's core systems, focusing specifically on the crucial aspect of combos. It emphasizes that connecting moves to deal significant damage is indispensable in this game. The page outlines a basic combo flow, showing a sequence that often begins with a jump or dash attack, transitions into a chain combo on the ground, uses a specific move to launch the opponent into the air, leading into an aerial rave, and concludes with a special move or hyper combo. Screenshots illustrate this progression, featuring characters like Wolverine executing these steps. It then delves deeper into the chain combo system, explaining that different characters have varying capabilities, some linking up to all 6 buttons, while others are limited to punch or kick sequences. The text stresses the importance of understanding your character's ground and air chain combo properties. The page also includes examples of typical chain combos, shown with screenshots of Captain America and Ryu. A significant portion of the page is dedicated to a list detailing recommended chain combos for a wide range of characters, covering ground, normal jump, and super jump variations. Characters listed include Cyclops, Captain America, Spider-Man, Hulk, Omega Red, Blackheart, Shumagorath, Wolverine, Shadow, Ryu, Ken, Chun-Li, Zangief, Dhalsim, Sakura, M. Bison, Vega, Dan, Jen, and Akuma. This section provides practical input commands for players to practice. This page continues the deep dive into Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter, focusing on the spectacular and damage-dealing aerial rave system. It highlights aerial raves as a core fun factor of the game, explaining that they involve launching an opponent into a defenseless state with a specific floater move, following them into the air with a jump, and unleashing a series of attacks. The page illustrates the typical flow of an aerial rave through sequential screenshots, starting with the aerial rave initiation hit, transitioning into an air chain combo, concluding with an aerial finisher or an air special/hyper combo, and sometimes allowing for an overtop attack upon landing. It emphasizes the importance of mastering the timing and follow-ups. A key element discussed is the super jump, which is crucial for pursuing the opponent into the air after a floater. The super jump provides significant advantages for aerial raves, including allowing for a higher number of hits in the air chain combo, the ability to perform multiple attacks, and even the option for air guarding. The page also includes a list detailing the recommended floater moves to initiate an aerial rave for each character, serving as a quick reference for players. This system allows for massive damage and is a signature of the Versus series gameplay. Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter introduces the variable assist system, enhancing combat strategy. Effective use of assists is crucial. Players can cancel normal attacks into assists for immediate follow-ups, setting up offensive opportunities. Assists create pincer attacks, especially potent against downed or invulnerable opponents. Aerial assists counter airborne opponents, facilitating combos. The guide categorizes assist types: projectile, charging, rising, and offers strategic advice for each. Projectile assists are versatile, charge assists provide defensive and offensive options, and rising assists excel as anti-air tools. Character-specific assist effectiveness varies. The guide also includes a detailed list of assist moves for many characters, specifying the strength level used. This information allows players to choose the best assist for their needs. This guide for Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter unveils hidden character techniques and additional inputs. Mech Zangief, possessing super armor but no guard, gains the Woka Fire and Siberian Blizzard. Sunburnt Sakura features a Guki-like dash, altered Hadoken, and adds Guki's Ashura Senku and Shun Goku Satsu, alongside a new Shinku Hadoken. Shadow, based on Nash, has slower hyper-combo startups and a difficult-to-land final mission. An additional input list is included, detailing commands to enhance special moves and hyper-combos. It covers characters from both sides, including Omega Red, Juggernaut, Wolverine, Cyclops, Spider-Man, Hulk, Ryu, Ken, Zangief, Dhalsim, Vega, and Guki, offering tips for maximizing damage, hit counts, and changing projectile direction. This page dives into the world of Winning Post 3 Program 98, a detailed horse racing simulation where you step into the shoes of an owner and breeder. The core of this release revolves around the ambitious goal of building your own legendary bloodline. A major new feature is the ability to edit and create original stallions, giving you unprecedented control over genetics. The game even allows you to bring back famous horses from the past who might not have become stallions in reality, and use them in your breeding program. The gameplay flow starts with registering as the player, setting up your farm, and selecting your initial stallion and broodmare, along with your rival owner. From there, you'll manage the breeding process, raise foals, and guide them to become winning racehorses. Interactions with various characters, like secretaries, stable masters, and jockeys, are also a significant part of the experience, adding a layer of personal drama to your journey. The ultimate objective is to see your carefully cultivated bloodline flourish and dominate the racing world. It's a deep simulation for those who appreciate the intricate details of horse breeding and racing. This page delves into the significant upgrades brought by Winning Post 3 Program 98, highlighting what's new and improved. Building on the previous game's foundation of creating a dominant bloodline, a major focus here is the expanded ability to fully customize your stallion. You're given unprecedented control, from setting their name, age, and bloodline, even creating fictional ones, to defining their parameters like speed, stamina, and suitability for distance, and even adjusting physical characteristics such as coat color and build. Beyond customization, the game introduces rival owners. You select these competitors at the start, and they provide ongoing challenges, competing for victories in key races, and adding a personal touch to your journey. Training and conditioning your horses also see changes, offering more strategic depth. A notable addition is the ability to build a training center on your farm, allowing you to enhance the development of your foals before they even debut. Furthermore, the number of local exchange races you can enter has more than doubled, providing increased opportunities for your horses to compete and earn experience. The page also touches upon crucial gameplay elements, like the excitement of a horse's debut race, and the strategic importance of the auction market for acquiring new talent to bolster your breeding program. It's clear this version aimed for deeper simulation and more player agency. This page introduces the SEGA Saturn title, Umi, a real mahjong adventure game published by SEGA, which hit stores on November 5th for 6,800 yen. Rated for all ages and for one player, this isn't just a mahjong title. It weaves together mahjong gameplay with an adventure story centered around romance. The narrative takes place in the quiet tourist spot of Hamagasaki, where the protagonist arrives with the initial goal of fossil hunting. However, the real focus becomes his encounters with 7 distinct heroines. While it is a love-focused game, the text highlights a crucial difference from typical titles in the genre. The heroines are not just simple romantic targets. Each has their own clear objectives and purpose for being in Hamagasaki, giving them a deeper presence than mere dating sim characters. The protagonist's journey involves acting alongside them, sometimes helping them pursue their goals, deepening their mutual understanding, and ultimately becoming a source of spiritual support for the heroines. Screenshots show dialogue scenes with characters against backgrounds depicting fireworks, an indoor setting, and another scene, alongside a larger image of the protagonist arriving at a train station. The accompanying artwork features the game's heroines in summer attire. The review suggests that while many love games focus superficially on dating or buying affection, aims for a more natural and meaningful portrayal, making it a noteworthy entry in the genre. This page continues discussing the SEGA Saturn game, Umi, focusing on the unique customs of its setting, Hamagasaki. A central element is the Shoryu Nagashi, a ritual involving floating small boats with lights on the sea or river on summer nights. Unlike the typical interpretation of sending off spirits, the people of Hamagasaki firmly believe their ancestors were mermaids and that the souls of the deceased return to the sea, which is their original home. This concept is crucial to the story and is something players should keep in mind as they progress through the game. Furthermore, the page describes the selection process for a miko, or shrine maiden, who presides over the Shoryu Nagashi ritual each year. One woman is chosen and adorned in special attire before being sent by boat to a small island where the ritual takes place. This series of events occurs late at night and is not open to the public, highlighting the deeply spiritual and private nature of the custom at Hamagasaki. Screenshots show various character dialogue scenes, including characters discussing the belief that the people of Hamagasaki originated from the sea and the ritual itself. The main illustration features the game's heroines dressed in colorful summer yukata, underscoring the seasonal and cultural setting of the game. The details provided reinforces that delves into local legends and traditions, adding depth beyond a simple romance game. This page provides a guide to the various sightseeing spots available in Hamagasaki within the game Umi. During the protagonist's one-month stay, players can explore about 10 main locations. Some areas, like the town and forest park, contain further sublocations, and new spots may unlock as the story progresses. A helpful feature highlighted is the heart mark on the map, indicating that one of the heroines is present at that location. This serves as a useful hint, though events can still occur even without a heart icon. Key locations described include the natural street outskirts, the serene forest park suitable for dates, the bustling town near the station, the adventurous mountain offering great views, the inn where the protagonist and heroines stay, the wide sandy beach where heroines can be found swimming, the fossil museum, newly completed but not yet open, the large library for research, the scenic cape perfect for watching sunsets, and the relaxing house by the sea. The page also introduces some mini-games available early in the game. These add variety and interact with the story. 3 examples are shown. A 4-person swim race on the beach where button mashing affects speed and outcomes influence relationships, a simple paddle game encountered with 2 heroines at the game center, and a scene for swimsuit selection, allowing the player to choose a new swimsuit for the heroine Tamami from 8 options and see her try on the chosen 3. These elements add interactive layers to the narrative adventure. This page dives deeper into the mechanics and supporting cast of Umi. It focuses on the Fossil Grand Prix event, which is the protagonist's main goal in Hamagasaki. The Grand Prix involves digging up fossils and combining 8 of them into an exhibit to earn points based on the combination's composition. The process follows a loop of digging, trading, and exhibit formation. The page introduces the 4 main trading partners available on Friday nights at the museum's exchange meeting: Yurina, Natsuhime, Yoshika-sensei, and Echan. Trading is presented as a way to acquire fossils you need by exchanging ones you don't, with the basic principle being equivalent value exchange. Finally, the page highlights 2 key supporting characters who aid the protagonist: especially since it's their first time in Hamagasaki and participating in the Grand Prix. First is the innkeeper, an energetic Oba-chan, grandmother, who not only manages the lodging, but also plays an important role in the game's events, even helping the protagonist understand the heroine's feelings. The second is Jujiru, a mysterious middle-aged man encountered at the inn, who imparts knowledge, particularly about fossils and the Grand Prix. These characters provide essential guidance and support as the protagonist navigates the challenges of the town and the competition. This page delves into the reasons why the various heroines have gathered at the seaside town in Umidami. It features a relationship chart illustrating the initial connections between the protagonist and the 7 main female characters, showing how they are either traveling companions, coincidentally ended up at the same destination, were invited to travel, or met upon arrival in Hamagasaki. The page also provides a brief overview of the protagonist, highlighting their interest in fossils, tying into the Fossil Grand Prix event, and showcasing a screenshot where they acquire the fossil box. A significant portion of the page is dedicated to Tuhano Mizuki, one of the heroines. Her section includes her voice actress, detailed personal data, and a profile describing her active, outdoorsy personality, love for sports like skiing and swimming, and how she often takes a leadership role among her friends. It explains that she came to Hamagasaki because her close friends, Aya and Akira, wanted to go, and she plans to spend the month swimming extensively. Screenshots feature Mizuki in various scenes, including a humorous encounter with a small girl and a sequence showing her becoming attached to a puppy at a pet shop, leading her to visit frequently. This page continues the character introductions, focusing on 2 more heroines, Fujiwara Aya and Hayasaka Akira. Fujiwara Aya, voiced by Wakana Yamazaki, is described as having been sickly and shy since childhood, making her hesitant despite wanting to experience new things. Her story centers on a connection to her grandmother. Finding her grandmother's ring sparks an interest in her hometown, Hamagasaki. A key plot point involves a drowning incident where the ring is lost, and Aya comes to believe her grandmother's spirit is in Hamagasaki, leading her to travel there. Screenshots show her on the beach, searching for the lost ring, and a moment where the protagonist cheers her up. Hayasaka Akira, voiced by Sakura Tange, is a bilingual, free-spirited girl who lived in Taiwan before moving to Japan. Her motivation for being in Hamagasaki is a reunion with her beloved childhood friend, Yunuki, whom she hasn't seen in 9 years since he moved away. Discovering a guidebook he gave her, which features Hamagasaki, rekindles her feelings and prompts the trip. Akira's focus is entirely on Yuneki, as noted by the text stating other boys are not in her sight. However, screenshots hint at potential complications, showing her anxiety about the reunion, and one image where Yuki is with another girl, possibly Akira's sister Mizuki from the previous page, raising questions about how their reunion will unfold. This page introduces 2 more main characters from the upcoming SEGA Saturn title, Hayama Tatsuya Mystery Detective Series, touring famous places full of mistakes. First is Tamami Kayama, voiced by Machiko Toyoshima. A 16-year-old high schooler, Tamami feels pressure to have a boyfriend. Having lied to her friends that she has one, she travels to Hamagasaki during summer vacation, hoping for a fated encounter to fulfill her promise. Screenshots show her disappointment with a date and her meeting with the protagonist, hinting he might be the key to her dilemma. Next is Yukari Raimiya, voiced by Mizue Otsuka. A 19-year-old university student, Yukari, is deeply interested in occultism and became fascinated by Hamagasaki's unique spirit boat ritual after reading about it. Her research into the town's mysterious concepts, like the returning of the dead, prompts her to visit and invite the protagonist along. Screenshots highlight her intense interest, even showing a scene involving a potential ghost or tragedy, reflecting her deep dive into the town's spiritual side. The page also details a significant plot point, the discovery of a mysterious necklace on the beach by the 4 main characters. This artifact is not mere jewelry and seems connected to Hamagasaki's secrets, as revealed during a visit to the local museum, where the curator appears to know more about its origins, possibly linking it to the town's history and the occult themes Yukari is researching. The next page introduces 2 more key characters from the upcoming SEGA Saturn title, Hayama Tatsuya Mystery Detective Series, touring famous places full of mistakes. First up is Chris Garland, voiced by Yuko Koyama, an American student aged 23. Chris is deeply engrossed in Japanese culture, specifically a historical novel titled The Son of a Swordmaster. Her visit to Hamagasaki is prompted by her desire to understand the real-world setting of this beloved story, which she believes holds secrets tied to the town. Her profile highlights her love for hot pot parties and exploring historical sites. Screenshots show her immersing herself in the town, likely following clues related to the novel. Next is Mari Kurihara, voiced by Michio Yanagisawa. A 24-year-old kindergarten teacher, Marie, is looking forward to her summer vacation. However, her plans seem to involve navigating social dilemmas, particularly concerning her lack of a boyfriend, which causes her some anxiety. She becomes entangled with Tamami, introduced on the previous page, acting in a protective role. Her profile lists cream puffs and travel as favorites. Screenshots depict her interacting with Tamami, and also seem to hint at a date scenario, illustrating her personal struggles and her involvement with Tamami's quest from the previous page. The page underscores how both characters bring their unique motivations and backgrounds to the unfolding mystery in Hamagasaki. This page presents an urgent report on the upcoming Sega Saturn title, Sagata Sanshiro Shinken Yugi, Sagata Sanshiro True Play. It's highlighted as essential for all Sega Saturn users, emphasizing that while controls are simple, achieving true mastery requires significant training. The game is a variety title featuring Sagata Sanshiro himself, designed to test the skills of Saturn enthusiasts. The compilation game contains 10 different challenges, including training regimens, Sagata's wisdom, historical anecdotes, and high-score challenges. Screenshots show Sagata Sanshiro in action across various minigames, a challenging puzzle game reminiscent of Puyo Puyo with his face on blocks, a fight sequence, a rhythm or input trial, and martial arts poses. The page provides specific advice for mastering some of these tough challenges, such as predicting drop points, carefully observing patterns, building combos, and executing precise inputs. The game is set for release on October 29th for 4,800 yen for one player, and is recommended for all ages. Clearing all 10 training types unlocks a special video clip, underscoring the depth and rewards for dedicated players. The overall tone is one of intense training and dedication, urging players to strive for completion until their fingers ache, embodying the spirit of Sagata Sanshiro. This page continues the deep dive into Sagata Sanshiro Shinken Yugi, focusing on the intense challenges players face. The difficulty is high, with the content emphasizing that players need serious dedication to clear it. The page breaks down several of the game's diverse minigames, offering advice for each. One section covers navigating treacherous floors filled with traps, shown with pixelated screenshots of Sagata avoiding fire and holes. Specific floor numbers are mentioned with tips like jumping immediately or slowing down. Another challenge involves precisely breaking tiles, stressing that missing even a few means failure. Mastering commands and timing is crucial for a fight-based minigame, while another involves throwing presents accurately. There's also a button-mashing running challenge, where players must rapidly alternate inputs to avoid freezing, described as near madness due to its difficulty. The page also highlights a critical moment during level transitions in the running game, advising a specific pause plus rapid button press technique when the experience point's near 999 to decrease the death rate. Finally, a secret Santa CF movie is mentioned as a reward for clearing challenges, featuring Sagata in a Santa costume. The overall message is that mastering these challenges requires significant practice, memorization, and precise execution. This page highlights the upcoming Sega Saturn title, Ruru no Yuki, Lapis Lazuli Colored Snow, a romance-adventure game from developer Kid, slated for a December 1998 release with a completion rate of 80%, and recommended for ages 18 and up. The game focuses on building relationships with the main character, Ruri, and other potential partners. The artwork prominently features Ruri and her interaction with what is noted as a game machine resembling a Sega Saturn, suggesting her introduction to gaming. The core gameplay revolves around daily interactions and accumulating affection value to unlock special date events. The Date Event Pickup section previews specific scenarios. One depicts a sunny day outing, emphasizing the importance of small daily conversations. Another highlights Ruri's love for ice cream during a date, comically noting her ordering multiple scoops of various flavors, which is easy for her as a Yukiona, snow woman, but potentially hard on the player's wallet. A third event shows Ruri and another character named Megumi attending a pure romance movie titled Romi and Juri, despite the player character's reluctance. The page conveys the game's focus on charming character interactions and relationship development through these detailed event descriptions. A small note from the staff also shares a personal recommendation for 7-Eleven gelato, linking it playfully to Ruri's fondness for ice cream. This page delves further into the everyday life scenarios players will experience in the upcoming romance adventure game, Ruriro no Yuki, lapis lazuli-colored snows. It highlights various interactions beyond traditional dates, such as visiting the heroine's homes or having them visit the protagonist's room, though the presence of his roommate, Ruri, might keep things innocent. One scene depicts the blue-haired wakaba showing up late at night, acting quite freely, and perhaps having run away from home. Another shows Ayame, an exorcist, tackling a game at an arcade for the first time, seemingly unfazed by losing. The page also features domestic moments, like enjoying home-cooked meals. One illustration shows the protagonist, identified as Hakase, debating with young Mana and Fukui after eating food made by Setsuna, feeling better once Setsuna smiles. Another scene features being treated to dinner at Mayumi's house. However, life isn't always smooth, as shown by Setsuna's rare display of anger, hinting at potential relationship troubles that aren't the protagonist's fault. A small note introduces the protagonist, Hakase, describing him as a seemingly naive head of a science club who changed his views on the non-scientific after meeting Ruri. He is also noted to be handsome without his glasses. The page gives a good sense of the diverse slice-of-life events and character dynamics players can expect. This page previews the upcoming SEGA Saturn romance adventure game, SEGA Seasons. It presents the game as an omnibus-style experience, featuring 4 love stories tied to the 4 seasons, emphasizing the importance of loving hearts. The focus here is on the autumn and winter arcs. Autumn features a lively story centered around the character Kibo at a sports festival. Winter offers a more poignant love story involving Suzune, who suffers from an incurable illness, set against the backdrop of Christmas. The game promises a mix of laughter and tears, with character appearances and stories changing depending on the season. Player choices from the first playthrough are reflected in subsequent playthroughs, leading to different outcomes. Screenshots show various scenes, including intimate indoor moments, energetic outdoor school events like a sports festival, and gift-giving scenarios. The game is published by Kid and was set for release on November 19th at a price of 6,800 yen. It's categorized as a romance adventure and recommended for players aged 18 and over. A small note praises Kibo's infrequent moments of honesty as particularly charming. This page continues the preview of the SEGA Saturn romance adventure game, SEGA Seasons, detailing more about its interwoven stories across the 4 seasons. The autumn arc is highlighted again, showing protagonist shenanigans involving a peephole into the girl's changing room, leading to an explosive confrontation with Kibo and a decisive battle. Screenshots depict Kibo's fury and the humorous, chaotic scene at the school. The spring arc is introduced, presenting the protagonist as a charming former model haunted by the dream of his deceased girlfriend, Hatsumi. This leads to encounters and conflict with Rika, exploring themes of how to find love again amidst past grief. The winter arc delves deeper into the protagonist's relationship with Suzune, who is ill. He is shown caring for her younger sister, Misayo, and visiting Suzune in the hospital, where he learns worrying details about her condition and questions her nurse, Tamaki. The story culminates in a heartwarming attempt to give Suzune a special Christmas memory by helping her sneak out of the hospital. The page showcases various character interactions, from dramatic arguments and seduction attempts to tender moments in comedic situations, reflecting the diverse narrative promised by the game's seasonal structure. This page previews the upcoming SEGA Saturn title, 6-Inch My Darling, an unusual adventure game developed by Kid. The core concept revolves around communicating with 3 mysterious, palm-sized, doll-like girls, Etosera, Pim, and Minty, within a limited 15-day period to help them become human. The page features vibrant artwork and screenshots showcasing these 3 characters. A significant point highlighted is a promotional campaign where the game's visuals are being turned into physical trading cards, Torika. These limited quantity cards will be distributed for free at participating stores starting in late October, ahead of the game's planned December release. Some cards are also expected to be included with the software itself. The game is listed as an adventure suitable for all ages, with development currently at 85% completion. This page continues the look at the upcoming SEGA Saturn title, 6-Inch My Darling. Here, the focus shifts to the talented voice cast, bringing the miniature heroines to life. The page features the voice actors for the 3 main characters: Omi Minami for Etosera, Yuka Imai for Minty, and Akiko Hiramatsu for Pim, alongside portraits of the actors and vibrant character art. Comments from each voice actor offer insights into their roles. Omi Minami found Etosera's cute, pink-haired character challenging but rewarding. Yuka Imai mentioned the difficulty of bridging the gap between the character's image and voice, particularly working with Kansai dialect and complex lines, but noted it was a good learning experience. Akiko Hiramatsu described Pim as cute and energetic, noting the character gets angry quickly but recovers just as fast, reflecting on the energy required to portray a childlike character. The page also prominently features a campaign related to the trading cards previewed previously. A complete set of all 25 kinds of these visual trading cards is being offered as a present to 3 lucky winners. Details are provided for entering the drawing by postcard, with a deadline of November 5th. This highlights a significant promotional effort surrounding the game's visual assets. This page dives into Eva and Her Cheerful Friends, a unique adventure mahjong game for the Sega Saturn that brings together characters from iconic Gainax series. It features characters from Neon Genesis, Evangelion, Gunbusters, and Nadia, the secret of blue water, competing in a mahjong tournament filled with dramatic twists. The page focuses on the adventure part of the game, which is intertwined with the mahjong battles. The core of the experience is the story mode, where players follow the narratives of different characters as they participate in the tournament, each with their own motivations and challenges. The page highlights 3 specific story mode scenarios: Shinji Ikari from Evangelion, Noriko Takaya from Gunbuster, and Jean Roch Lartigue from Nadia. Screenshots show visual novel-style dialogue scenes alongside mahjong gameplay. In addition to the character-driven story mode, the game also features a free battle mode, allowing standard 4-player mahjong matches. There's even a tease about a special bonus upon clearing the story mode. Developed by Gainax, this title released on November 5th for 6,800 yen and is rated for all ages, promising an exciting crossover for fans of these classic anime. This page features My Fair Virtual Mahjong 2, a sequel that ups the ante on the previous Virtual Mahjong title. Developed by Micronet, this is a mahjong game with a heavy focus on interacting with the main polygonal character, Aya. The core mechanic revolves around Aya having 8 different parameters that influence her personality and appearance, leading to her 7 transformations. As you play mahjong and improve your relationship or meet certain conditions, Aya changes her outfit and attitude, with costumes ranging from a school uniform and nurse to a witch and demon. The game boasts a full-fledged, standard 4-player mahjong system, improved from the previous title for quicker gameplay. Interestingly, your performance in mahjong directly impacts Aya, and poor play can lead to a game-over state if her trust or other parameters drop too low. The page also includes a suggestive comment from the developer, highlighting the game's adult nature, which is reflected in its 18 and up recommendation. A significant bonus is the inclusion of the original Virtual Mahjong game on a separate CD, featuring its cast of characters like Nana, Miho, and Mari, known for their revealing transformations. The page displays various screenshots showing Aya in different outfits and poses, alongside the mahjong game screen. You can even switch viewpoints to admire Aya. This page presents Honkaku Hanafuda, an upcoming Sega Saturn title from Ultron arriving in October '98. This authentic Hanafuda game, recommended for all ages, focuses on incorporating regional rules from across Japan into its gameplay. The highlight is the story mode, where you'll travel to 10 famous locations nationwide, challenging unique CPU characters to serious Hanafuda matches. The game includes 3 well-known Hanafuda variations and offers different competition types, alongside modes helpful for beginners. Screenshots showcase various destinations, like Beppu Onsen, Sendai, Sanuki, Okinawa, and Ice Shrine, introducing the colorful opponents you'll encounter at each spot, ranging from local masters to tourists and shrine maidens. The gameplay interface is shown, featuring character portraits and the Hanafuda cards. A glimpse at the rule settings reveals options for customizing elements like time limits and winning hands, promising a varied and engaging experience, reflecting the diverse Hanafuda culture of Japan. This page showcases 2 contrasting Sega Saturn titles. First up is Shichisei Tushin Gaiford, an interactive movie game from Capcom based on the Tokusatsu superhero series. Releasing November 19th for 5,800 yen, this game uses live-action footage to tell an original story not seen in the TV show. You play as Koichi Hayami, who becomes the hero Gaiford, battling the evil organization Crown. The gameplay blends command selections and button-mashing action sequences. Screenshots feature Gaiford himself, enemy monsters like the enhanced human Gaiborg and the mutant Mushin, and the genius scientists Shion and Minor, responsible for their creation. Below that is Yoshimoto Mahjong Club, a mahjong game from Saikyo, arriving December 17th. Also for 5,800 yen, this title brings the popular Kansai TV program to the Saturn, offering an authentic 4-player mahjong experience. The main draw is challenging 25 popular talents from Yoshimoto Kogyo, who appear as polygon characters in the tournament mode. You can also play freely against them in free match mode. The game promises serious mahjong matches, filled with the celebrities' unique personalities. A recent Tokyo Game Show event featured actual Yoshimoto stars, participating in live mahjong games to promote the title. This page is a complete strategy guide for Welcome to Pia Heart Carrot 2. A popular simulation adventure game rated 18+. The guide focuses on helping players achieve the happy ending with all the heroines. It mentions that the article covers the final key events required to complete the album and reach the best endings. A special section provides advice on a crucial decision for Azusa, titled Love and Friendship, Which Will You Choose?, featuring a screenshot of the character looking contemplative. The page then delves into key events for specific characters: Hinomori Azusa, Futaba Ryoko, and Hinomori Mina. For Azusa, it highlights events like dealing with her difficult attitude, being hassled by a male customer, and a date at an amusement park. Ryoko's section covers her regular day off, Tuesdays, helping with overtime work, and a moment where she gets drunk. Mina's events include meeting her at the station, studying together, twice, and being invited to a third study session. Each character section features a portrait and an event CG or screenshot, including special events occurring during the training trip/camp on August 25th. This guide provides key event walkthroughs for several heroines in Welcome to Pia Heart Carrot 2 to help players achieve optimal endings. For Aoi Minace, it covers important dates like August 4th, learning her hobby, August 10th, relationship choice, August 20th, personal decisions, and August 27th, key scene in her room. Tsukasa Enomoto's events include August 7th, customer issue, August 8th, arcade skills, August 17th, cosplay queen contest with a potential CG reward, and August 21st, energetic scene after work. Sane Midori's guide focuses on August 7th, jogging start, August 13th, water slider, August 23rd, collapse, and August 26th, recovery. Mikiko Shinohara's events are centered around August 6th, debate, August 10th, assisting her, August 17th, comiket, and August 20th, confirming feelings. Tomomi Aisawa's key dates include August 5th, meeting her, August 10th, invitation, August 20th, apology, and August 22nd, reconciliation. Haru Yamana's events include August 5th, helping Kaoru-chan, August 10th, taking Kaoru-chan for a bath, August 17th, park discussion, and August 21st, emotional moment during work. This page focuses on the guide for Jun Kamisaka in Welcome to Pia Heart Carrot 2, a character struggling between dream and love. To increase affection, consistently approach Jun after work, and, importantly, treat them as a girl from start to finish, avoiding the nice guy trap. The character profile rates Jun high in appearance, kindness, persistence, academic ability, and physical ability. Key events are highlighted on specific dates. August 8th shows Jun struggling with warehouse work. On August 17th afternoon at the amusement park, there's a scene where Jun shows their true self. Before work on August 16th, the protagonist discovers Jun's true gender. There's also a memorable bathing scene. Finally, the guide covers the training trip on August 25th, specifically the hot spring scene in the men's bath, emphasizing showing action rather than just words to the hesitant Jun. Additionally, the page details how to obtain the various minigames available, specifying dates and methods, like getting them from a gentleman on July 29th morning, or as payment from Mikiko on July 17th afternoon at comiket. This guide outlines the strategy for romancing Kurumi Kinoshita in Welcome to Pia Heart Carrot 2. As the protagonist's rival and younger sister of the previous game's protagonist, Kurumi demands high stats in appearance, kindness, perseverance, academics, and physical strength. The key is to first befriend her brother, Yusuke. Visit the Charlotte store on specific dates to learn about her and encounter her on August 4th. To succeed, players must boost their waiter stat and other parameters to level 8 or higher. Key events include August 11th, meeting Kurumi through Yusuke; August 18th, drunken scene; August 19th, wedding dress sighting; and August 23rd, rainy conflict and revelations. A missed item, Doujin software, is obtainable on July 16th, and a gossip panel discusses her hairstyle change, possibly tied to her brother or the previous game's heroine. This guide details how to achieve 100% completion in the Sega Saturn game, Kido Senkan Nadeshiko, the blank of 3 years. The goal is to unlock all cosplay images and special events. Many events involve costumes, some in the virtual room, and others through the protagonist's imagination. Each character has multiple costumes, often unlocked on subsequent playthroughs. Saving before events allows players to view all variations, which can then be registered in the options menu. The guide provides specifics for triggering events across 5 scenarios, including interactions tied to compatibility and location visits. Scenarios cover characters like Eureka, Ruri, Minato, and Megumi, with choices made during shopping, lodging, or dialogue impacting event unlocks. Scenario 4, The Distant Star You Aim For, unlocks Megumi's diverse outfits, including Chinese dresses and even bondage gear. Scenario 5 focuses on events for Sapphire and Aquamarine, triggered by compatibility and location visits. This page details the Gekigen card collection in Kido Senkan Nadeshiko, the blank of 3 years. There are a total of 32 different Gekigen cards available, serving as collectible items within the game. Players can obtain 19 of these cards during normal gameplay, often tied to specific events and scenario routes, building on the scenario descriptions from the previous page. Once these initial 19 cards are collected, the remaining 13 are automatically added to the player's collection. Completing the set unlocks a special viewing mode in the options menu, allowing players to see all 32 cards and associated artwork or scenes. The page provides a list of the 19 obtainable cards, showing their number, name, and the conditions or scenarios required to acquire them, featuring cards depicting various Gekiganger mecha and characters, alongside illustrations and screenshots from the game. This page provides a detailed guide for a section of Shining Force 2i Scenario 3. Specifically focusing on the Boulette Mountain Hut area. It maps out the key locations within the hut, showing where players can find the church, the main headquarters, the item shop, and the weapon shop, essential points for resupplying and progressing. The guide includes lists of items and weapons available for purchase, highlighting gear crucial for tackling the challenging battles ahead, notably mentioning the importance of Orihhalcon for crafting powerful weapons at the blacksmith. Crucially, the page introduces Marchi, a unit who initially appears as an enemy but can later join the player's force. Her profile details her class as a witch and highlights her significant magical abilities and stats upon recruitment, marking her as a valuable addition to the team. A separate section shows her enemy appearance profile before she becomes an ally. The guide also briefly touches upon the story context, mentioning the main objective of heading towards the Jashingu, likely referring to the Serpent's Lair or similar translated location, and event triggers within the mountain hut that advance the narrative. This page is clearly designed to help players navigate this specific point in the game, ensuring they are well equipped and informed about potential allies. This page provides comprehensive strategy guides for 2 key battles in Shining Force 2i Scenario 1. The upper section details Battle 21, Witch of the Snow Mountain. It features a map of the snowy terrain, showing the starting positions of Julian's forces and the enemy units. The objective is either to defeat the enemy leader Marchi, or convince her to join your force by talking to her. The guide lists the initial enemies, including Yeti, Gargoyle, and Skullfish, and mentions Blue Dragon as a potential unit who can join your team. It highlights obstacles like ice pillars, and provides tactics for dealing with the enemy and recruiting Marchi. Enemy data for the Yeti and Gargoyle is included, detailing their stats and abilities to aid in strategizing. The lower section covers Battle 22, titled Another Huddle. This map shows a different snowy environment, where Julian's army faces off against Garum, a powerful enemy. The objective is to defeat Garum. The guide lists the main enemies, Garum and an Earth Dragon, and also mentions reinforcements like Gargoyles and Skull Warriors that appear during the fight. Key characters Julian and Gracia are noted. Detailed enemy profiles for Garum and the Earth Dragon provide their stats, items, and special attacks, along with strategic advice on how to defeat them, emphasizing focusing attacks on Garum and utilizing Gracia effectively. The text also touches on the story context surrounding Garum and the character huddle, and mentions the presence of Orichalcon in the area for crafting. This page serves as a quick reference guide to the powerful summon magic available in Shining Force CD, with a focus on the summons found in Scenario 3. It highlights the importance of using these spells effectively in combat. The page breaks down how to read the information provided for each summon, including its element, name, a screenshot of the attack, the characters or weapons that can use it, and a table detailing its MP cost, effect amount, and range for both Level 1 and Level 2. Several notable summons are featured, including the Fiery Phoenix, the Icy Wendigo, the Wind Spirit Zephyros, the unique companion summons Pen and Penko, the formidable Hell Dragon, and the powerful dark summon Thanatos. The page also introduces Proserpina, an ice summon making her debut in Scenario 3, noted for her impressive power against single targets. There's also a mention of Thor, a thunder summon known for its high power, though the text notes it hasn't appeared in Scenario 3 as of Chapter 5, leaving its potential appearance this time as a question. Weapons like the Raphael Ankh and Dragonrod are mentioned for their defensive bonuses, while the God Rapier is highlighted as a powerful weapon restricted to certain users. This page serves as a strategy guide for Shining Force 2 Eyes, focusing on the effective use of summon magic. It explains the mechanics, highlighting that while summons hit multiple targets in a cross shape, except one, the damage is split, making them best used after clearing weaker enemies or against single bosses. The guide details specific summons like the Physical Golem, Dark Ghoul King, and Dark Tiamat, providing information on their element, the character or weapon type that can use them, and a brief description of their effect. A table conveniently lists all summons available in Scenarios 1 and 2, alongside their usable weapon types or characters. An illustration of Arki, the Witch of MT Bullet, is also featured. The page also delivers exciting news about the Shining Force 2i Premium Disc and a new music CD. The Premium Disc, obtainable via a method referenced in the Scenario 3 manual, expands the game experience with features like a polygon character viewer, an illustration gallery, a sound test, and a movie viewer. Most notably, it includes challenging special battles where players face not only powerful enemies from Shining Force 2i, but also iconic final bosses from across the entire Shining Force series, including the Dark Dragon, Io, Xeon, and Dark Soul. Complementing this is the announcement of a Shining Force 2i Rock Arrangement Music CD, featuring 13 tracks arranged by renowned artists like Motoi Sakuraba and Takenobu Mitsuyoshi, set for release on November 26, 1998. This page provides a detailed strategy guide for Strikers 1945-2, emphasizing the critical importance of understanding your chosen aircraft to achieve victory. It breaks down the performance of the 6 playable aircraft, highlighting their unique main shots, sub-shots, charge shots, and bombs, noting that each has distinct strengths and weaknesses. The guide specifically recommends the Ki 84 Hayate for beginners due to its balanced capabilities, while the Focke-Wulf Take 152 is suggested for its durability in tough situations. The page also offers valuable advice for tackling the bosses found in the random stages, identified by the sky, sea, valley, and city icons. It gives specific tactical tips for defeating each major enemy: the large twin-boom flying boat Seumi Type 0, the aircraft carrier Graf Zeppelin, the armored train Goliath, and the air battleship Iron Casket. The guide specifies the difficulty is set to normal for these strategies, and references the 4th state of the stages. Visuals include renders of the aircraft, screenshots of gameplay, and images of the challenging boss encounters. This guide focuses on the challenging final stages of Strikers 1945-2, Stages 5, 6, and 7. Stage 5, Desert, features a tank and challenging mid-sized planes. The Rommel boss requires destroying gun turrets first, dodging its attacks, and using bombs on its high-speed bullets. Stage 6, Mountain, presents roof-mounted turrets and a circular platform. The cross-sinker submarine boss is best handled with charged shots initially, and near the bottom right in its transformed state. Stage 7 Base includes mini-bosses from the previous game and teleporting enemies. The Blockade boss requires dodging normal bullets and attacking its core from the bottom right, with the bomber option proving useful. The guide is supplemented with screenshots showcasing the gameplay challenges. This page features an interview celebrating the release of Strikers 1945-2 on the SEGA Saturn, Speaking with Mr. Nakamura, the development director at Psikyo, known for their successful arcade shooting games, Psikyo discusses bringing their titles to the home console. Mr. Nakamura highlights Psikyo's focus on creating games that are easy for anyone to pick up and understand, emphasizing fun gameplay. The interview touches on the Strikers series, explaining that while Strikers 1945-2 follows the first game, it's not a direct story continuation, but rather utilizes the cool designs of World War II aircraft. Key system changes in Strikers 1945-2 compared to the original are discussed, notably improvements to the charge shot system to make it less stressful and more satisfying, along with changes to the bomber mechanic. Psikyo aims to broaden the reach of their brand beyond hardcore shooting game fans. The page also includes a timeline showcasing some of Psikyo's previous arcade and console releases, such as Gunbird, Strikers 1945, Sengoku Blade, and Soul Divide. Several screenshots from these games and Strikers 1945-2 are displayed. This page features a special message from Yoshiki Okamoto of Capcom regarding the release of Strikers 1945-2 on the SEGA Saturn. Okamoto expresses his admiration for Psikyo's Strikers series, highlighting how their design philosophy, particularly in solving issues like repetitive stage order, made shooting games more enjoyable. He encourages readers to buy the game and help promote the genre. A scoop section announces an exciting joint project between Psikyo and Capcom, indicating that discussions surrounding Strikers 1945-2 led to this collaboration, although details are currently scarce. The page also introduces recent and upcoming arcade titles, showcasing Tyson Hot Gimmick Kairakuten, a competitive mahjong game, and Gunbird 2. Gunbird 2 is highlighted with returning characters, power-ups, and new mechanics like charge shots and close-range attacks, promising fun for fans of the original and potentially attracting anime enthusiasts. A brief look into Psikyo's history lists key arcade releases like Sengoku Ace, Gunbird, and Strikers 1945, tracing their development from 1992 and mentioning their studio location in Kyoto near Nijo Castle. This guide offers strategies to defeat bosses in the SEGA Saturn port of the challenging shooter Steam Hearts. The game, a port from %per% engine, features intense bullet patterns and demanding bosses. Strategies are detailed for 3 early bosses. Shera, Stage 1, has no specific weak point, requiring constant boosting and attacking. Home, Stage 2, demands a hit-and-run tactic, dodging wing lasers and bombs, targeting its central body. Aya, Stage 3, uses a 3-phase attack, including a black hole bomb, which players must boost away from while continuing to attack her central body. The guide is enhanced with screenshots and character art to aid players. This page continues the comprehensive guide for the SEGA Saturn port of the shooter Steam Hearts, focusing on strategies for the later bosses from Stage 4 through the final Stage 7. For Stage 4, the boss is Chiruno, a character piloting a mech. Her attacks are fast, so memorizing patterns and dodging early is crucial. The guide notes her high durability, recommending laser attacks for a prolonged battle. Stage 5 features Lifan, appearing in a large human-shaped weapon. Her attacks are frequent and numerous, making evasion difficult. Boosting for hit-and-run attacks is recommended, and having the Vulcan weapon powered up is suggested for success. Stage 6's boss is a Rubarto, another formidable human-shaped weapon. The key strategy here is to prioritize destroying its armor first, which forces it to reveal its true, agile form. You then engage the faster, relentless final phase. Finally, Stage 7 presents the final boss, Prot, involving 2 battles. The first is against her machine, where the central body is the weak point, and laser attacks are common. The second battle is against Prot herself, who has 3 distinct forms. The guide advises caution during her charge attack phase, emphasizing dodging her blue bullets in the third phase, while focusing on her weak point to deplete her life gauge and achieve victory. This page provides a comprehensive guide for the SEGA Saturn train simulator, Densha to Go X. It's designed to help players become skilled drivers, explaining the core mechanics and necessary knowledge. The guide covers the fundamental driving procedure, detailing the steps from departure, applying power, navigating curves, decelerating, and stopping precisely at stations. It emphasizes that mastering the controls is crucial for improving your evaluation score. A significant portion is dedicated to explaining the various railway signs encountered during gameplay, such as warning whistles, speed limits and their removal, track grades, ascendings, descending, and caution signals. The page highlights that ignoring these signs or failing to react appropriately will result in time penalties and a lower score. Finally, it reveals how to unlock the special snow mode, which adds a challenging weather condition to the game, specifically mentioning the required action involves successfully completing a bonus game. This guide is essential for anyone looking to truly master the realistic simulation offered by Densha de Go X on the Saturn. This page dives deeper into mastering Densha de Go X, offering specific tips for beginners tackling different lines after understanding the fundamentals. It breaks down the key points and challenges you'll encounter on the Sanyin, Tokaido, Keihin-Tohoku, and Yamanote lines. For the Sanyin main line, it's highlighted as a good place to practice the core mechanics, like sounding the whistle at designated points and perfecting your station stops. Seeing a railway worker can even net you a bonus. The Tokaido main line is noted for its long stretches between stations, making time management tricky, and emphasizes crucial speed limits, especially the 40 km/h restriction before Takatsuki, warning against excessive speed after Yamasaki. The Keihin-Tohoku line introduces the challenge of being penalized for arriving too early, often triggering caution signals and enforcing a strict 45 km/h limit. The advice here is to prioritize sticking to the timetable over speeding ahead. Finally, the Yamanote line, known for its frequent stops and short intervals, demands high-precision driving. Like the Keihin-Tohoku, early arrivals can cause issues, though it mentions there are fewer bonus points here, located specifically between Tabata and Hamatsucho. The bottom of the page announces a time attack contest for Densha de Go X, challenging players to record their fastest run in snow mode on the Yamanote line for a chance to win various game-related prizes. This page announces the upcoming release of a book detailing the history of Japanese developer Red Company. Titled, Making of Red Company, the book covers the company's journey from its founding to the present day, featuring behind-the-scenes stories and insights into their creative process. It specifically mentions well-loved series such as Super Mashin Hero Wataru, Far East of Eden, and Sakura Wars. The publication promises a look at nostalgic items, recent projects, and includes interviews with key members, including the prominent game designer Hiroi Oji, who is depicted in the central image alongside another person, their heads comically enlarged and placed amongst a vibrant display of traditional Japanese decorations. The book is described as a comprehensive encyclopedia of Red Company, offering everything a fan would want to know. It is scheduled for release this autumn, will be 112 full-color pages in B5 size, and is a joint production between Red and SoftBank. The bottom provides publication and contact details for SoftBank Corporation's publishing division. This page takes us to the Tokyo Game Show, where Red Company put a spotlight on the massively popular Sakura Wars series. A major event on the Sega stage featured creator Hiroi Oji, alongside voice actresses Chisa Yokoyama, Michi Tomizawa, and Rei Takano, discussing their passion for Sakura Wars and hinting at its future. They also introduced Taigeki Graph, a new book offering insights into the series. The discussion touched upon ambitious plans, including expanding into anime and even a Sakura Wars movie, comparing its potential scale to major animated films. Hiroi Oji viewed Sakura Wars as a grand experiment in taking a game property into the wider entertainment world, expressing hope that fans would eventually join the production side. The page also highlights the energetic presence of Red Company's Kenji Okamura, affectionately known as Echigoya, who was busy promoting the Taigeki Graph book with his signature enthusiasm, even donning attire reminiscent of the character Okami from the series. Despite the hard work, the piece ends on a positive note, emphasizing that the sales of love for Sakura Wars continue unabated. This page features a special roundtable discussion in a returning Falcom magazine, focusing on the appeal of Nihon Falcom games just before the release of Falcom Classics 2. The article gathers veteran editors who covered Falcom extensively back in the day. Participants include editors from magazines like Popcom, Monthly MSX Fan, CompTQ, Beep, MSX Owendan, Korokoro Comic, Monthly PC Engine, and Game On. They reflect on an era when Falcom titles like YS, Dragon Slayer, Brandish, Lord Monarch, and Romancia consistently ranked at the top of magazine popularity charts. The discussion covers various aspects of covering these games, including the importance of detailed map guides and walkthroughs, the significant amount of magazine space dedicated to Falcom features, often multiple pages or even special issues, and the impression that games, despite being complex, were sometimes completed quickly by dedicated players. They note how different the gaming landscape was compared to today, with a slower pace and a perceived shorter lifespan for popular titles. The editors share insights from their time, covering Falcom's rise to prominence. Some of the participants also have backgrounds in producing guidebooks for various popular RPG series. This page continues the roundtable discussion on Nihon Falcom games, featuring veterans like writer Hisato Kato and former editors Noriko Kitane and Yu Kondo. They delve into the impact and legacy of the YS series, asking if it was the game that changed the direction of subsequent titles. The group highlights games' accessibility for newcomers to RPGs, its strong narrative, well-balanced gameplay, and memorable boss battles. A significant point of discussion is the music, particularly in YS2, which they describe as incredibly good and impactful, noting how the music changed during the final tower ascent to build excitement. They also touch upon the media mixing trend, with YS being an early example, leading to adaptations like novels and manga. The transition of YSIN2 to the PC Engine is mentioned as a significant step, adding voice acting and animation, which further boosted its appeal. The final section discusses the enduring quality of good games, stating that while hardware becomes obsolete, great games remain cherished. They reflect on how classic Falcom titles like YS continue to be enjoyed and remembered years later, emphasizing that the quality of the game itself is what truly lasts. This page follows up on the previous roundtable discussion by diving into the upcoming Falcom Classics 2, specifically highlighting new features not present in the first collection. The focus here is on the included game, Temple of the Sun Azteca 2, a remake of a highly regarded adventure title. The article explains, the core gameplay revolves around exploring scattered ruins, progressing step by step by investigating the environment. Unlike traditional adventure games, there are no NPCs to give direct hints. Players must diligently examine every accessible location, clicking on suspicious points, and experimenting with actions to uncover paths and obtain items. Progress often requires using the items found, sometimes even combining them in multiple steps to overcome obstacles. The remake maintains the original system and scenario, but updates the visuals and system details for a modern feel. An important change is the removal of the stuck state from the original, ensuring players can't get permanently blocked from reaching the ending, making for a more reassuring experience. The game is an RPG/adventure title for one player. This page focuses on YS2, included in Falcom Classics 2. It details Adol's journey from the Ice Ridge to the burned Boblis, emphasizing key events and characters. Adol must overcome challenges, including poisonous gas, and encounters the kidnapped Tarf Hadat. Adol, aided by Keith Fact, seeks the Black Pearl to free Tarf. After obtaining the pearl, Tarf's father builds a bridge, allowing Adol to progress and face the third boss in a volcanic region. The page also showcases screenshots of gameplay and dialogues. Furthermore, it discusses the differences between standard and limited editions of Falcom Classics 2, including a time attack mode, and a special bonus for those who completed the original Falcom Classics, allowing them to view demo scenes featuring YSI characters. This page focuses on Arcade Express Volume 31. Highlighting new and currently operating titles in amusement centers. The main feature is Gradius IV Revival from Konami, marking the triumphant return of the legendary side-scrolling shooter series after a 9-year silence since Gradius 2i. Highlighting the iconic Big Viper, players are promised an experience that will exceed the excitement and emotion of previous installments. The article details the revival of this classic shooter, showcasing its evolution. While only about 40% complete at the time, the potential is clear. Several stages are previewed, including the unsettling plant stage culminating in a giant flower boss, the hazardous ice and bubble stage where destructible bubbles impede progress, the classic but intensified volcano stage with challenging lava movements, and the familiar Moai stage featuring Moai enemies that spit ion cannons and can revive. Screenshots accompany each stage description. The iconic power meter select screen is also shown, indicating 6 power-up patterns available, with 2 new options added in this installment. Also noted as a new title is Beast Buster's Second Nightmare from SNK. This page features the arcade game Beast Buster's Second Nightmare from SNK, following up on its mention from the previous page. Set in 2009, players are sent to a virus-ridden hospital on a floating city where a mysterious disease turns people into grotesque monsters. As members of a special unit, the objective is simple: blast everything that moves, as there are no civilians or allies, only enemies. The game is described as a high-octane gun shooter, emphasizing pure, exhilarating destruction through rapid-fire action. Players wield a full-auto machine gun and have bombs for clearing large groups. Reloading is done by pulling a pump on the controller, with no ammo limit. The presentation is intentionally excessive, with over-the-top effects like flying body parts and blood spurts, creating an intense visual experience. Scoring includes special bonuses for hitting monster weak points, like the head for 1,000 points, which increases up to 10,000 with continuous hits. A perfect break bonus of 10,000 points is awarded for destroying enemies in a specific order: arms then head. The game supports 2-player simultaneous play and runs on the Hyper Neo Geo 64 hardware. SNK mentions the game is performing well and advises players to look for a target counter during boss fights. This page dives into the Capcom booth at the Tokyo Game Show '98 Autumn. It highlights the playable demos of Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter for Sega Saturn and Street Fighter Alpha 3 for PlayStation, noting their immense popularity and constant lines. There was also an event stage showcasing upcoming titles. The page also covers the finals of the Street Fighter Alpha 3 Super Battle Tournament, a culmination of regional qualifiers held on the show's final day. The dramatic outcome was scheduled for broadcast later. Furthermore, the final results of the Capcom Popular Character Contest are announced. This short contest saw daily rank changes due to a minus-point system. Felicia topped the list, followed by Morrigan's fellow Darkstalkers, Lei and Lilith. Rockman, Mega Man, and Chun-Li also made the top 10. Notably, Sakura initially ranked high, but dropped significantly due to concentrated minus points, a harsh outcome despite her high positive score. The section features illustrations of some top contenders, like Felicia, Lei, and Lilith. Finally, there's a notice about the renewal of Hello, Capcom, indicating a change in the magazine's format or platform, but confirming that fan illustration submissions will continue. Tech Romancer, a 3D fighting game, offers branching stories based on your chosen robot and pilot. Kikayo's story focuses on Junpei, while Dixon's features Nakato's desertion. Halma's highlights training fatigue, and Wizdux explores Arbin's guilt. Raffiga's involves investigating an unknown craft, and Diana 17 sees Nakato defeated by a mysterious robot. Twins Ham vs. shares a dream-related story. Poronchan attacks Kikayo, then joins Junpei. Palxian's story involves a team battling a giant beast. The page also includes a section on American comics, focusing on Blackheart, son of Mephisto. Introduced in 1989, he initially fought Daredevil and Spider-Man. He rebelled against his father, exhibiting madness. His game appearance is based on this period. The writer admires Daredevil's reliance on skill and will in his fights, especially against powerful villains like Blackheart. This page is dedicated to the official corner from Sega AMR&D department. Number 1. Featuring Dynamite content, and highlights Stage 3 of the light gun shooting game, The Ocean Hunter, The Seven Seas Adventure. Stage 3, known as Tartarus Deep, plunges players into a high-pressure underwater battle against bizarre, glowing deep-sea creatures in near-total darkness. The page details the eerie enemies encountered, including 2 types of deep-sea fish like the gulper eel and tripod fish, which are fast and tricky to hit, recommending targeting their heads. This stage features 2 challenging mid-bosses: Scylla, resembling a giant squid whose tentacles are the target, and Naga, a giant oarfish-like creature, best defeated by shooting its head. There's also a tip about earning points by destroying boxes in a workshop area within the stage. The main event is the Stage 3 boss, Charybdis. This monstrous, lanternfish-like creature resides in the deepest abyss. It attacks by spitting out fish and later trying to inhale the player. The key strategy is to continually shoot light into its mouth, especially during its inhaled attack, to defeat this formidable foe. The page includes screenshots showing the enemies, mid-bosses, and the intense battle against Charybdis, along with gameplay tips on targeting weak points and managing reloads. This page is from the weekly official corner, Sega AM2 Research Express, Volume 115, and focuses on the secret of Project Berkeley, tentative. The main feature is an article about Yu Suzuki's latest project, described as a super production RPG that took 3 years to develop. The page includes a large image of Yu Suzuki himself, along with smaller images that appear to be concept art or teasers for the project, including one with Coming 1999 Spring and the Dreamcast logo. The article explores the mysteries of this new work through Suzuki's own words. It touches upon his history of creating groundbreaking games like Virtua Fighter and Hangin', highlighting his drive to push technological and gameplay boundaries. Suzuki reflects on his past work and hints that Project Berkeley is a departure from traditional RPGs, aiming to create an experience unlike anything seen before. He mentions putting his full effort into this title for the Dreamcast. The article emphasizes the project's ambition and hints that more details will be revealed later. This page features the weekly horoscope column titled, This Week's Hakozaki Horoscope. Covering the period from October 23rd to October 29th, the astrologer is introduced as, quote, Mother Hakozaki, described as having over 20 years of experience in fortune-telling, and apparently, she's been busy listening to the consultations of SEGA Saturn Magazine editors lately. There's also a segment introducing This Week's Lucky Person, featuring Baltias from Wizards Harmony 2. His fortune is tied to increasing time spent with loved ones and proactively approaching others. The general fortune summary covers aspects like money, health, work/study, and love. Money seems to be so-so. Health advises taking measures against the cold. Work/study suggests getting serious. And love appears poised for significant development. The main part of the page provides horoscopes for each zodiac sign, split into predictions for boy and girl, each accompanied by a small, charming illustration for the sign. While the specific details for each sign are unique, the layout consistently presents advice for both genders across all 12 signs. The overall tone is typical of horoscopes, offering guidance on relationships, work, health, and luck, often mentioning, quote, keys to fortune, such as specific colors or actions. The pinnacle of secret techniques unveils hidden secrets for SEGA Saturn games. For Cotton Boomerang, discover how to unlock training/free play by completing the game, and access a hidden menu by entering a specific button sequence on the title screen. A second-class technique details reviving your character with precise timing. Another extreme technique, for Cotton Boomerang, reveals a hidden staff message activated by pressing a repeatedly. Liquid Kids, Mizubaku Daibuken, also gets a spotlight. A third-class technique unveils a hidden option menu for language and water transparency adjustments. An extreme technique brings a Tiki character into the ending sequence. The feature encourages reader submissions of their own Saturn secrets via postcard, offering the chance to be showcased. This page features the weekly soft review section, highlighting upcoming SEGA Saturn releases through trial play by various reviewers including female users, staff writers, and guest writers. First up is Virtual Call Less, a dating simulation game released on October 29th. Reviewers found the conversation system dynamic and interesting, leading quickly to date events. However, some noted the protagonist's personality could feel a bit obsessive, or the conversation choices unnatural, especially from a female user's perspective. Despite some reservations about the character interactions, the dating aspects and event triggers were seen as highlights. It received an average score of 7.0. Next is Falcom Classics 2, also released on October 29th. This compilation includes enhanced ports of YS2 and The Legend of Xanadu. The reviews focused heavily on the nostalgia factor for players familiar with the original PC versions. Critics praised the quality of the ports, particularly the music and updated visuals that still retained the original atmosphere. The release itself was considered significant for bringing these beloved titles to the Saturn. While the reviewer base includes those new to these games, the consensus highlighted the faithful adaptation and gameplay feel, awarding it an average score of 8.0. This software review continues with 3 SEGA Saturn titles. Honkaku Hanafuda, a Hanafuda game, is praised for its authentic gameplay and beginner-friendly explanations, despite a slightly disjointed story mode. It received an average score of 6.33. Shinseiki Evangelion. Eva Toyokai na Nakamatachi, an Evangelion-themed mahjong game, caters to fans but suffers from gameplay issues like slow response times and simplistic AI. The character interactions are a highlight, though the lack of voice lines was disappointing. Its average score was 5.0. Real Mahjong Adventure. Umihi Summer Waltz, a Mahjong adventure hybrid, earns high marks for its engaging scenario writing and adventure elements. The interactive adventure sections, featuring choices and timing, drive replayability. The Mahjong gameplay is solid, contributing to its impressive average score of 8.0. This page is all about the SEGA Saturn magazine's Reader Present campaign and the upcoming transition to the Dreamcast magazine. It announces that the magazine will become the Dreamcast magazine starting November 6th. The main feature is a large Reader Present giveaway. To enter, readers needed to fill out a survey from page 140 and send it in by November 6th. Several prizes were available, including SEGA Saturn software released by November 6th for 20 winners. Other specific game prizes included Rocks, a puzzle game, for 3 winners. Densha de Go X along with its dedicated controller, bringing the arcade train simulation home, for 3 winners. Gotha World, a unique battle simulation with dialogue scenes, for 4 winners. And Virtual Mahjong, a mahjong game featuring polygonal characters and camera options to view the female players, for 2 winners. Also offered were non-game items, like a Virtua Calls clear file, and mousepad set for 5 winners, featuring artwork from the dating simulation series. The page also lists the extensive staff involved in producing the magazine, and announces the winners from the previous issue's present campaign. Contact information for magazine inquiries is provided, highlighting specific hours, and noting that game hints or back issues cannot be requested via these numbers. The copyright holders for some of the featured content are also listed at the bottom. The next page features a large advertisement for the upcoming SEGA Saturn game, Friends, Shining Youth. This appears to be a visual novel or dating simulation game, as indicated by the montage of vibrant anime-style character artwork and scenic shots filling the upper portion of the page. The scenes depict various moments including close-ups of characters, group activities, sports like tennis, and serene landscapes, all centered around the theme of youth and relationships. The prominent tagline asks, "The feelings I couldn't convey back then. Who was it that you wanted to meet?" The game is announced as coming soon, with a price of 7,200 yen, excluding tax, on 2 seeds. It is developed by Fairy Tail and published by NEC Interchannel. A smaller section on the right promotes Welcome to Pia Carrot 2, another title from NEC Interchannel and developed by Cocktail, which is already on sale for the same price and format, featuring characters from that popular series. This page highlights NEC Interchannel's offerings in the adventure/simulation genre for the Saturn. This page features an impactful spread dedicated to the terrifying survival horror game, D2. The centerpiece is a dramatic collage of in-game visuals, creating a sense of unease and mystery, overlaid with the chilling tagline, "Something terrifying lies beneath the frozen soil in Canada, and now it is awake." The images depict a harsh, snowy environment, grotesque mutated creatures, distressed human characters, and glimpses of survival elements like weapons and interiors. It's clear from the visuals and the tagline that players are in for a brutal encounter with the unknown in a remote, frigid setting. The game is explicitly identified as D2 and confirmed to run on the Sega Dreamcast, highlighting its status as a high-profile title for the new console from Warp, the studio known for their unique and unsettling horror experiences like D and Enemy Zero. This page serves as an intense preview, building anticipation for the dark secrets players will uncover in the Canadian wilderness.